Max, I know you won the Finnish championship this week, but I have even more important news to talk about before we even get into that. More important than that. Way more important than that. And that is, boom, when you get my age, this is going to be like things that get you excited. This type of stuff right here. The
First
Manscaped
time you see
Weed
your
Whacker.
PP?
No, this is not for that. This is not for that. This is for where hair grows in other orifices. So here I have Manscaped sent me a care package here the other day, and I got this, and I got a couple other things. So I just want to demonstrate this real quick and show you how easy and how awesome this is. So I have used it. You know, when you get my age and you start getting hair in your ears and your nose and all that type of stuff, you have hair in your nose anyway. Sometimes that stuff grows a little bit too long. So this.
don't just take it in everywhere.
So this is like the single-handedly best invention I have had in a long time. Thank you to manscaped.com for sending this to me. This is the Weed Whacker. You can get it with your performance package, everybody. Keep those nostril hairs trimmed and those unsightly hair airs that you have. Keep that all fresh on a daily basis. This has a wireless charger. Actually, no, it plugs in. So it plugs in. This isn't like the Lawnmower 4.0. It does. You don't even feel it. It tickles your ears and tickles your nose. You know why they sent this? Because you guys, the NNRC squad, have been supporting manscaped.com, buying stuff from them, using our promo code. We thank you for that. We couldn't do it without them, without you guys. So keep on doing that. Go to www.manscaped.com, using that promo code, no name in all caps, and saving 20% on your order. Free shipping around the world. Get yourself a Weed Whacker. It will change your life. Max, when you get in your 40s, you might want to you should buy one of these for your dad. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. I'm sure he would greatly appreciate it. You know what, Max? Thank you, Manscaped. I know we just have to get that out of the way because I'm so happy about that. Like that's the highlight of my week right there. Was getting that
highlight of the week for an old man.
So, yeah, you can see it. I don't have much of a life. Anyway, Max, we got a lot to talk about this week. You are now a Finnish champion. Congratulations. And you know what? We're going to talk about that after we drop this intro.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing. Yes, indeed. Nitro's the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 139 of the No Name RC podcast. We are getting closer and closer to that 150 mark, Max. That's pretty amazing. Thank you. Or should I call you the champion now? Champion? Should we just call you champion now?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds much better.
Sounds so much better.
That.
So much better. We're just going to call you champ from now on. Welcome, Max. He's on the podcast. Congratulations to him. He won the Finnish championship this week in an epic takeout that we'll talk about more today because we have another epic rant this week, but we'll talk about that a little bit more. So anyway, we're back for 139. There was a bunch of racing that went on this past week around the world. It's crazy. It's good to see. Nitro truly is the glory. We had a video go viral. That's awesome. Just there was a lot of racing this past weekend. We're going to talk a little bit about that and a lot more. But before we go on, we would like to say thank you to all of the listeners and the supporters of this podcast. Remember when we started almost 3 years ago? We were just some idiots talking RC, and now here we are. You know, yeah, we can be shit fountains at sometimes, but shit fountains with solutions. And sometimes we can, or me or JQ can rub people the wrong way, but you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, right, Max? But it's almost 3 years we've been doing this. We're almost at 150 episodes, and we can't do it without you guys around the world that listen to this podcast. Share it and keep those downloads coming, and supporting our sponsors. We can't do without you. So shout out to the NNRC squad. Love you guys like life. Thank you for all the help. Can't do without you guys. Keep sharing, keep listening. Please, the message is getting through. We're planting seeds. RC might be changing. It's probably not. It's going to take a while, but it's slowly turning like that super tanker that is RC. 100-mile radius to turn takes about 10 years to turn a super tanker. Anywho, Max, thank you for coming on. I ain't finished my spiel yet. Shout out to the NNRC of the patrons of the NNRC. Thank you guys. You guys get early release this week. We had an interview with a friend, a guy that Max and I have gotten to know. His name Pawel. Paul, he calls himself. He's from Poland. He had hit me up a little while ago. I didn't really know who he was. I was like, who's this guy? But once we got talking, I said, this guy's got some good ideas. And, Max, you've talked to him as well. And he's trying to promote RC in Poland. He's really hyper about that. And I like that, seeing that type of energy. And he's telling me, he just came on and told us about RC in Poland. And I thought that was pretty cool because, her on the podcast, we try to figure out and learn things from other cultures, other countries, and everything else, because RC it's small, but it's big. It's spread around the world. So everybody does it differently. So that's on there. The patrons get that this week. Thank you to all the patrons for their continued support. If you guys wish to be a patron, the link is in the written description of this podcast, and it really helps us keep these bills paid. Thank you to the sponsors of the podcast. Honestly, they help out a lot, and they keep these bills paid too. And we can't do it without you guys supporting the sponsors that support us. Remember, showing the sponsors some love shows the podcast some love. So shout out to Mayako. It's getting to that time. Max, I'm going to ask you about Joseph's car this week, how it looked. I'm getting excited because I'll be getting my car soon, and I actually have a plan going into February, and it looks like I actually might race at DNC. So fingers crossed. Good thing. Can't wait. More about that in weeks to come. But shout out to Mayako, and thank you for them. I think people can't wait to see this car. I can't wait to see it properly. So let's go. Beach RC, they were at Wicked Weekend this past weekend. Brent bought all this beer. They had the big party there that looked cool. Thank you to Beach RC. Brent, for everybody for supporting the podcast. We have an affiliate link in the written description of this podcast that you guys can check out and spend this money on and help us out. Please, I greatly appreciate it. Yeah. Shout out to Hitec RC, man. I'm got a charger coming. I can't wait to get it. I'm going to do a review on it. Make sure it works. Make sure the Bluetooth works. All that there, and tell you how I feel about it when I get it. So thank you to Hitec RCD for sponsoring the podcast. TNR Fuels, thank you to them. He made the trip to Wicked Weekend as well. Tekno had a great win. They won. Tyler Jones won e-buggy, and Tekno Tebow won truggy. They had a bunch of cars in the mains, but they still did not get that main nitro buggy main that they've been after all year. That nitro buggy win that they've been after all year, but they were there and dominant as usual. Shout out to Sun City RC Raceway. They have the U.S. Open coming up soon, a track in El Paso. Shout out to the Showers family. Lugs Racing Tires. Now, Lugs Racing has over 55 years of combined experience in RC. Lugs has been testing treads, wheels, and rubber performance. They were up at the NCT this past weekend. Bryce Beaver was up there testing long wear compounds, and I believe they have a good crew of people up there in the NCT testing out their tires and running their tires. The Lugs Econ tires were developed with racing budgets in mind. High quality but lower cost means savings that can be passed on to you, the racer. The Lugs Premium or Premier brand of tires are made for pure performance using the Lugs custom molds and proprietary rubber compound. Tires are available in soft, super soft, mega soft, long wear, and hit them up. They are looking for team people. Go to www.lugsracing.com. Use the promo code NNRCLugs in all caps, and you will save some money off your order. We got a long read this week, Max. Long read. Shout out and say thank you to JQ Racing, all my JQ Racing family. It's good to see guys back racing this weekend. Mike Walker, Trent did pretty well. He made all his A-mains this weekend. Salty Joe did well. He made his A-main in Sportsman and finished 7th. So shout out to him and Mike Walker and all the JQ guys that showed up. It went Corey, Joe and his dad. It's good to see the team, what's left of it. It's still smaller, but getting to these races and doing well. So shout out to them. JQ Racing, we don't die, we multiply. Actually, JQ's changed that to JQ Scale Motorsports. Did you see that now? So I wonder if I changed the name to that.
Yeah. Nowadays it's JQ Scale Motorsports. And
yeah, I like that.
Speed. That's the thing. Not these days.
Well, he's going to be on the rant. Well, I have a new nickname for him. I'm not going to reveal what that nickname is yet, but he'll be on the rant here shortly. And we'll find out some more. Shout out to manscaped.com. You just heard that. Donovan's RC. Oh, man. My cables are on the way. I can't wait. Zach sent me some pictures. I am geeking out. You know, I'm going for this project 115 miles an hour, so I need some badass charging cables. And Zach and Donovan RZ put this EC8 connectors, which he said was a proper pain in the ass to put on, but he got them on. So I got 2 of those charge cables coming to charge up these super batteries that I'm going to be doing for this record here. So that's all. Shout out to them. Thank you. Remember, guys, they have a promo code for them as well. All these links are in the written description. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, long-time sponsor of the podcast. They have a new bearing elixir that I'm going to order. You get 10% off them. They also have Traction Tonic for all your needs, oval, RC, off-road, and drag needs. And, of course, Racecraft USA. Get pitted with the command module. Those guys had an awesome birthday bachelor party race this weekend for Cody Thompson. CTRC, looks like they had fun. RCGP, talking to David, Driven 4 is being worked on right now, so that's always a good thing. And we should have that soon. And House of RC. Wow, that took 11 minutes to do all of that. That was too long. But thank you to all of the sponsors of the podcast. Thank you guys for showing the sponsors some love. That shows the podcast some love. And if you're a company, we're coming up on the end of the year, and you think this is a great platform to advertise your business, then hit us up. We have tiers to match for everybody. All righty then. I should have had some like, we are the champion. You are the champion. Congratulations, Max. Your first Finnish championship. And it went down to the wire, pretty much.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, JQ would have had to finish second or first and beat me to make the championship for him. So, yeah, for me, do we
want to talk about the way you Saxtoned him in a perfect Saxton like move where you mind screwed him for the rest of the main, like brilliantly, or do we gonna wait to the rant?
Let's just at this point let's just keep it at there was a Saxton moment at the beginning of the main, and but to be honest, like it really never seemed like he had the speed to make it even into the podium. For some reason he really struggled at this track, even in practice when we were there like a week ago.
Was it a different track?
No, the same track.
Okay.
So he struggled a bit on this track. I don't know what it was about. It could just be that our car is really good because Johanna and Pekka both are really fast as well. So it could just be that the associated was really good at this track, which would be a bit weird, but I could get it.
Oh, let's just be real about this. JQ's just getting old, and he mind screwed himself already by saying he sucked before he even got to the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's true as well. But the thing is, he's been semi-competitive all year. I think he just lacks sort of
that killer instinct.
Kind of, yeah. He lacks sort of that search for speed. He just wants to keep consistent and do his thing.
He just doesn't want to push it. Like, I get what you mean. He doesn't want to push it.
Yeah.
He's driving too safe. So what he needs is a kick in his ass to go faster. Really, that's what he needs to do.
Yeah, I think
driving like he's driving really consistent Daisy.
And yeah, he's really consistent and he drives okay. He just like he's driving at like 90%. I feel. He's never going 100.
But let's say something here. What not like it's not like JQ sucks. He's still a great driver. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. The thing is like why he's a bit slow here and there is because he's not putting the 100. Because like me, Johanna, Pekka, we all drive almost at all times like 100%. So we go really fast. But
I get
well, that's
with age. You're also like 19, 20. You know what I mean? So you guys got this.
Yeah.
He says it doesn't affect it, but I'm telling you it does because you slowed on. You know what I mean? Anywho, so tell us about your weekend because you didn't win. Who won? Was it Hotnen?
Johanna won. Well, I was battling with Johanna for the lead because it was a 30-minute main, so he was doing like 6-minute tanks or something because he couldn't do 7:30. Same thing with Pekka. So I did like 7:30, And in the start, I got really far behind because I got stuck behind Ari. And well, yeah, pretty much like for the first few tanks, I was stuck behind Ari, and that really screwed up my race a bit. But then I actually made it onto the lead at like 15-minute mark, and then I was just battling Joona. But then, well, let's say I was lapping JQ, and he wasn't happy about the Saxtoning. So there,
Did he get some revenge?
Yeah, a bit. So there's a few incidents there, and then I dropped back to like second, and then it was battling between me and Pekko, and I was like, I already had like 1 and 2 and 2 from the series, and Pekko had one really bad race, so I just like didn't push it, just settled for third.
So did you accept your punishment from JQ, his JTO? Did you accept it like as fair play and say, okay, I earned that? Or did you be like, all right?
I mean, at the time, like during the main, because I was like fighting for the win, obviously. So I was like pushing really hard because Joona has just pitted and I wanted to get in front of him. So it was a bit frustrating at that time, but like afterwards, I didn't really care because I already.
Oh, your dad must have been upset. Who was pitting JQ?
One of the fathers of guy who ran JQ here in Finland. He was pitting JQ the whole year, pretty much.
Okay. Awesome. I'm happy for you, man. I think we kind of hyped it up, you know, like the student becomes the master. You know, I can officially say now that like you guys aren't like good Jedi. Like you're obviously dark Sith lords, and it can only be 2. And in the Star Wars world, how a Sith apprentice becomes a Sith lord is by actually killing his Sith master. So you just done that, and
yeah. So maybe I killed JK mentally.
Yes, you did. Right at the beginning of that 30-minute main, which we'll touch on because he has been on me. And like, we have to have a rant this week. Meepity 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 meep 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 meep, and I'm like, all righty, and then I'm just
but like still. Like one cool thing about this is like it was actually me and JQ. Like the story behind like me leaving, all that stuff. And then like the fact that Joona and Pekko, like even though they were fast, like me and JQ were the only ones to really push it. And me and JQ, like if we're being honest, for the last like 4 to 5 years, let's say like post 2016, me and JQ have been like the like number 1 and number 2 guys in Finland, like considering Euros and all that. So it's sort of nice to have it go to the last race and all that. So it was a good storyline for sure.
Yeah. Hey, so but really, like Pekko and Joona are really the 2 fastest guys in Finland, though, right?
Like, they're really fast.
You are the champion, but let's be realistic. Those guys are just really talented and faster. Would you say that?
Well, kind of. I mean, I TQ'd like 2 of the 3 races.
I'm not taking nothing away from you, but. Yeah, I can't. Yeah,
let's put it this way.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that to you.
If they had more for brains, they would be faster than me.
Right, they go too fast. They don't know how to slow down.
Yeah, like Joona is really fast and he can do it, but what he struggles is like his equipment. So he breaks a lot like during the mains, and then he like the way he approaches races is really bad. So he has his talent to sort of like that gets him through it, and he like is there.
So he doesn't have the whole thing together yet, like mechanicking.
And I think because he's like, let's be honest, Joona is a professional driver and all that. So it's like it's a bit different level. Joona is a guy who is going to the Worlds to win it. I'm the guy trying to make the main. Sort of that's the difference between us. So like, but yeah, if Joona had sort of more focus on 8 scale, more focus on racing altogether, he'd be probably beating us all by quite a lot. But with Pekko, it's that he's fast, but he makes a lot of mistakes, and he doesn't really have the sort of racecraft. He just drives
but that's
fast.
because he's the youngest of all you guys, right?
Well, he's the same age as Joona.
Okay. Well, Joona's just got a little bit. Well, do you think? All right. So do you think Joona will be? Well, he is a professional racer. Do you think he will actually be? That's what he's going to do, or will he be like a Neil Craig type of vibe?
I would suggest like he would be sort of like a Neil Gregg type of guy, but hard to say. Like I think he would like to be a pro, but I think he he probably should move to like California or something. Then he would get much more sort of focused on it. He would have the right atmosphere, because he's like a lot of the times he really suffers from like motivation, because the tracks in Finland aren't that good. You have to put a whole lot of more effort into it, like
Yeah, he needs
comparing to
to,
going to just OCRC and
or
racing.
go to somewhere in Europe where, yeah, he needs to go to America. That,
Yeah, but the thing is, like, he wants to drive 10 scale. He doesn't really. Well, he only reason he cares about 8 scale is because in Finland that's like the most like popular class, and that's
it's
what all the
prestigious.
fast guys run.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
so that's probably the only reason he runs 8 scale. But like his main class is still 10 scale, I believe.
Okay. All right. So what did Josie say after the race?
Um, I don't know. He was obviously a bit mad, but I mean nothing really.
Did he come
It
up and
wasn't
say
like a.
congratulations, or did he just be like?
I think he said congrats once at least, but I don't know. I'm
What did
not
he
sure,
say
actually.
when you Saxtoned him?
Oh, he just said like yelled something, fucking Max or something.
Something like that. Whatever.
Yeah.
Finnish talk.
But I mean, I think
Hey,
he
you know what?
understood it. So
Hey, if
that's
he
why
was in
wasn't
that same
too pissed.
position, he would do it too. Okay? Because you guys
Yeah.
were going up for the point. This is a part of racing. Like, we know, like, JQ, a mosquito farts near JQ and he loses his shit, like in a race. So, you know, when you take him out at the beginning of the race, he is instantly mind screwed right off the bat. I know this man. I've watched him. He gives you that look. Like, I don't know what to do. The look he gave me at DNC on Wednesday, like day of practice when he was completely lost. It's like, save me. So I can't make the hair side
I love that for me. I love that for me. Your screen froze both times you did the face.
Oh yeah,
So it's like stuck on that.
But anyway, man, congratulations. I know this has been a long time coming, and you know, just the backstory with you, Joseph, and if it was fun.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a Finnish championship. No offense, it's something for you guys, but in the big scheme of RC, it's nothing. But it's fun, and it was between you and JQ.
But it's sort of like, because the thing is like the level of racing is quite high, so it's like it's actually a pretty big deal. But it's sort of like a club race with all the big guys at it, you know?
Right.
Kind of like that feeling where it's like everyone's there, but it doesn't really mean that much.
Right. Anywho, it meant something to JQ.
Definitely. Like everyone still wants to win it. It's like because it's like a street cred to win it. Like everyone wants to be the number one. Still.
You just took JQ's only little bit of street cred. Like that's the only bit of street cred he had in Finland, and you just took it from him. I love it. I am 100% on your side. He cannot win this debate today. He cannot.
I think I'm biased moderator.
Oh man, an action figure just almost dropped on me. That was crazy. It scared the crap out of me. I got like a new shelf here of my action figures, and it just dropped. Like it got excited when I got excited and dropped right in front of me. It's Cad Bane, actually. One of the baddest bounty hunters in the Star Wars universe. All right. Sorry. No. I just nerded out on guys real quick.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, all right. So
it's
anything else you want to add to that before we go?
Yeah, I mean that's really about it. It's I think the rant is gonna be good. I have no idea what I can expect, but
did you hear my rant last week? Oh my god, I lost my shit.
I haven't listened to it yet.
Oh
but
man,
I heard you guys went at it.
I've had a few people message me and say I'm right, so I'm happy about that. Actually, quite a few people. And oh man, I could have just killed JQ. Like, I just wanted to kill him. Nothing much on my side. I still don't have any RC things going on because I still don't have my propeller. I think I'll have it later on today, hopefully. So we shall see. And then tomorrow I might go around my boat, or we might go to the beach, because like for me, it's been a little bit different the last couple of weeks because my wife's sister and her husband are here. So my wife's spending a lot of time with them, and so I'm ending up having to look after the kids a little bit more. So It's just been fine because I've been doing little things with him, like take him to the beach and stuff like that, just having fun. So yeah, I'm been being a dad for a little while here, so it's all good. No RC stuff for me, but don't worry.
No boats.
Oh yeah, because I don't have a propeller, but I should have one today. But don't worry, Operation 115 is coming. Yeah, I'm getting all that ready. More about that. Max said I'm going to kill somebody, but he has no faith in my abilities to operate a vehicle. So
you have one hand.
So what? It doesn't matter. I am going to go over 100 miles an hour for the first time ever in an RC vehicle. Over 115 if I can. If I can.
That must be the fastest with one hand. For sure.
No, but I told Max this and he said, you're going to kill somebody.
With that speed, you definitely could.
I mean, with 50 miles an hour in one of these boats, you can kill somebody. So yeah, it's all fun. More about that later on when that starts developing. But yeah, I'm waiting for pieces and bits and pieces to come in. Some people are helping me out with that. I appreciate that. I don't have any racing here, dude. So I figure the only way I can do some sort of competitiveness is to go after some record or something and try it. Go through all the frustration going for it. So, and get to see different things in this country. So it's going to be a good couple of months of different type of RC, no racing. And then if things go well, fingers crossed, the first couple of months of next month will be just pure 8 scale. Like in California, hopefully.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I mean, America is doing such a bad job with COVID, though. I don't see it going away.
No, but you can still, I don't think it's going away, period. I think we just have to learn to live with it. And hopefully that works. And we hopefully go over there because I need to get back to racing and I want to go to California and all that stuff. Anyway, dude.
What about Weekend Weekend? That happened last weekend.
Yeah, but we're going to talk about that in the RC news. So I guess we might as well just go right into the RC news. And the RC news is brought to you by Hitec RC and TNR Fuels. Hitec RC is the leader in RC systems. The highest gives you the highest performance and reliability, supported by a dedicated customer service personnel. The HSB 381TH servos have efficient brushless motors, titanium gears, constant output, and in metal case, they also regenerate power back into your batteries. The same type of stuff as you brake. So when you brake, you regenerate power, which I think is awesome. The RDX2 Pro charger, which I'll have soon and let you guys know how it works, can charge up to 2 4-cell packs in just 45 minutes, provide you power for your engine, heating, and tire warming needs. Trust in Hitec, your server and charger headquarters. Visit them at Hitec RCD. Go to the where to buy and find your nearest dealer. And also, big shout out to TNR Fuels. You know, what would be, here at the NNRC, we're all about that glory. And the glory is nitro. So what would be the podcast that talks about 8-scale racing and nitro to glory more than anything without a nitro sponsor? So thank you to TNR Fuels. They are the hottest fuel on the market, owned and operated by Racer and his family named Chris Nelson. This fuel is made by racers for racers. TNR Fuels is currently available throughout the USA. I do believe he's working on international distribution. I'm not sure. I need to talk to Chris. For more information, or you can talk to him yourself. For more information or to support the company and support the podcast, you can check out www.tnrfuels.com. Contact Chris at tnrfuels.com or find them on House of RC, Facebook, or Instagram. So thank you to Hitec RCD and thank you to TNR Fuels for the support of the podcast and bringing you the RC news. All righty. Real quick, something I thought that was really cool. Matt Olson is going to be a part of BattleBots.
Oh, BattleBots?
Yeah. He's joined the team. I actually had a guy from BattleBots on here. They're the world champions.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
So he's going to be competing against this guy and his team. So he's part of a team. I saw that he went to an event maybe a couple years ago, but I guess he's on that team now. I'm going to work with, maybe it's just going to be a pilot. Maybe it's going to help because, he's pretty smart. But I think it's great that we have an off-road guy doing this. Maybe we get some exposure from this, being as he's an off-road guy. But hey, congratulations to Matt. Also, Matt Olson is of Mod 5th Scale Parts, Mod Speed Shop. He also worked for MIP for a long time. He's been on this podcast as well. The 5th Scale guys will know him, but it's good to see some crossover. I would say. So congratulations. Yeah. All right. So Wicked Weekend was the biggest race this week. Unfortunately, there was no moving camera, so I couldn't even watch it. To be honest, there was very little video from this race period, but what I did see was, man, this race is on my bucket list. Number one. I'm going to put that out there. This is the race time race that I want to go to the most. One, because it's an all open area. So you're going to have that nitro cloud hanging in there, and it's a breeze coming through. And the tracks, it just always seems to be every time I talk to somebody, they say it's so laid back, and so the atmosphere is great. And yeah, I always think they put in a great layout. I think they did a great job on the layout this year, from what I saw. And from what I talked to from most people, they enjoyed it, except when Saturday night or Saturday after qualifying, they smoothed the track out. And that pissed off a lot of people. Yeah. But for the mains I think it was for the mains on Sunday. So a lot of the pro guys were a little upset, and people were upset. But the people's champion, or they're calling him, or I call him the beast from the East, Cole Ogden of HB, he won Nitro Buggy. He pretty much dominated this. Look, congratulations to Cole. I'm happy for him. He needs wins like this. He should be winning things like this, because this is a big race, but it was lacking a few of the major competitors. No Mayfield, no Calf, no Tasman. No, who else was in there? No Fend. Those type of no Horns, no Rivkins. Well, them guys didn't go because the 10 scale nationals is this weekend. So, they probably decided to get ready for that. But to say that this isn't still a hard win, I mean, he had Tebow, Lutz, Jones, Van Dalen. Hold on, I had all of that pulled up here. Let's see who was in there. So
Jones was there.
Jones, he won e-buggy. So they had Tyler Jones, Ryan Lutz, Tebow, Wiggins, Pavitas actually done pretty good too in qualifying.
Yeah, he was really fast.
Pavitas is silently getting good, man. Silently getting really good, and people aren't really paying attention. But he qualified 4th in this race, and to be honest, I think that if he didn't have issues, I think he could have podiumed this race. I think he should podium this race, or even win it, to be honest. Okay, maybe not this year. Maybe in a year's time, you'll see him podium these races and winning these type of races. And then that would lead to maybe he did get top 5s though this year, though. That's the thing about it. Yeah. So silently getting really good, Ryan Pavitas. Really good. And he's doing it so quietly, you wouldn't even know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think what happened with him was he was really into school sort of years too before. And now he's like getting into RC like much more consistently. Like he's probably still in school, but like he just focuses a lot more RC than he did before.
I talked to him. He's actually out of school. He is doing some courses, engineering courses.
Okay.
He's working at a hobby shop, and he's like doing RC full time pretty much. So he's doing that all the races like in California, and then getting out to these big races.
Yeah. That's obviously why he's been getting much better, because he was always a pretty good driver. Like RCGP last 2 years ago, all those races he was always super fast. But like now he's getting that time in, that practice in that he needs, and yeah, it's showing.
Did you get to see any video of this race at all?
I saw the Moto X compound videos.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Bump and some other one.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that, but man, that went super viral. We'll talk about that in a minute. But
but
Cole Ogden wins this. Sorry, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we can do some on Cole, because like as you said, like these are the races he should win. Like 9 out of 10 times Mayfield attends this race, or Tesman attends this race, or Cavalieri attends this race, and none of other guys of those attend, they win. Like if you want to be a big name, sort of one of the big dogs, this is the race you win 9 out of 10 times. Well, like then it's PMB and there's fast guys. It's like a split. So there can be a surprise winner. Same with DNC. If you don't win DNC, that's like okay. All the guys are there. But like races like this where it's only T-Bow and Lutz, you gotta beat those guys. If you don't, it's like, yeah, you ain't ready to be one of the big dogs.
Yeah, and to be honest, like I think Cole could be winning against any of these guys, like even Mayfield and those guys. He's shown that he can do
Oh
it.
yeah,
He
yeah.
can
The
compete
thing is,
against them.
yeah, but
And
that's my
Tebow and
point
Lutz.
exactly.
And no, look,
Yeah,
all these guys can win. Like, you know what I mean? They should be able to.
yeah,
Jones,
but T-Bow can't win like Mayfield can. You
no.
know?
In fact, he's. I think Tebow has won Truggy. He's done well in Truggy, but he's had real glimmers of brilliance in Nitro Buggy where he's like, oh man, he's untouchable. But then he struggled all year to get a Nitro Buggy main. And I think he'll be happy with these Truggy wins, but I'm sure Tebow would trade maybe 1 or 2 in for a good Nitro Buggy win. He just has not been as happy with his Nitro Buggy, it seems, this year. So far, but he's still the top Tekno driver though.
Yeah,
Excuse
but
me?
isn't that just Tekno altogether? Like they always are much better in Truggy. No
Yes,
matter the
but I
guys.
mean, he did have a great a good beginning year when he switched over, and I don't know. It just it sometimes it just takes something to click. You know what I mean? And he maybe that just needs to click. But I know not getting that buggy win this. Well, he has a few more races this year, so getting that overall big buggy win has bothered him.
Are there any like actually big races?
Yeah. We have Southern Nats coming up.
Okay, that's a big one. Yeah, that's
we have US Open, which will be medium, I would say.
Yeah. Probably
I predict AMS will have a good turnout too. AMS will have
AMS will be probably okay. Usually Mayfield attends that race, so could be like 2 good races left. The US Open could be good, but really hard to say. I've never seen if there's a lot of entries or anything.
All right, so let's just Cole first, Tebow second. A good result for Jones. He would want to win this race, but he just was not on Cole's pace.
It just like
all.
The thing is, like, to win at a track like this with Tekno takes a lot of like, that's a big result, you know. Like if John, like the thing is, like at the early parts of the year, it looked really good for Tekno because it was tracks like DNC, tracks like Silver State. You know, those races like Tekno looks really good because that's the best tracks for that car, and that's why like Jones was looking really good. But now like nationals races like this, it's like a lot of the Tekno guys look like they're struggling, but really I just think that's really where they're at. They just need to try to make the next step as a team, you know, because all the guys sort of have the similar results all through the year.
You know what? Tyler Jones actually had a good weekend. Third in Truggy, a third in Nitro Buggy, and a win in E-Bug, and Nitro Truggy Buggy, and a win in E-Buggy. Yeah, and Co actually.
Yeah, the winning E-Buggy is really good. Like that's a good result for him.
And Spencer Heckert actually had a silently good weekend. Top 4 in
Heckert is also sort of one of those like kind of silent guys where they're actually really good, but they just never, like, for example, I think Heckert has been almost as consistent and good as Van Dalen, but like Van Dalen has those high peaks with TQs from big races, so he has that sort of visibility.
Well, Van Dalen had a stinker.
Really good.
He had a stinker of a main. He broke the first minute 21 seconds in, so unfortunate for him. Talked to Pavitas. He said he had a ghost flame out just out of nowhere. Wiggins in there putting in that work, hard work. Lutz would win a top 3 in this. He would need a top 3 or a win. So fourth is good. He would fourth and off a lap. Off third.
I mean, the thing is that's really weird is like Lutz has been having like times of really good speed. Like at nationals he was having good pace, at PMB he was having good pace, and then he just flames out or something, breaks or flames out, whatever it is. Like it's a bit weird because like I would imagine the WRC car is okay. Like it shouldn't be any really worse than Tekno. So kind of weird that Lutz isn't doing too fast. Or Agam, actually, that's what he was last with.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he just hasn't been to a lot of, like, not as many races. I'm not even gonna say it because last time I said I got in trouble. But he just needs when he had Tekno, he had the big team around him, and he had lots of advice and knowledge coming from all different levels of drivers, all different level people on different tires, all that type of stuff. You can't. It's really hard to beat that. You know what I mean? Especially at a race like this. Then at Agama, he had similar. He had Billy, and he had all the information coming over from England, so they saw some early success. With this, he has some support around him, but he just needs. It's no different from like when we started with the JQ brand, and when you don't have enough people there, or even a good guy, like a really good guy, then it just goes on from there at races, and then you can just throw support and ideas. He just doesn't. The WRC brand just does not have that yet, and it takes time to build that up. Like what Associated has, a TLR, a Tekno. I would even say HB to an extent. You know what I mean? HB when it's on West Coast, I think. East Coast too. But you get what I'm saying. It's just when I mean.
But I mean, even with Durango, he pretty much like Durango. He never really had that support.
Right, but he
still
had
did okay.
Yeah, but he was younger. He had probably less kids. He had
but I mean,
Savoia boots, all that stuff.
Yeah, I think his biggest issue really is that he doesn't go to big races enough. He should go to like every single big race in America because he only runs 8 scale, and that's his like full job. He doesn't have like anything else to do. So he just should go to all the races, PNB, Wicked Weekend, all like
he does
even
go
like
do all of this though, but he doesn't do like he didn't do DNC, he didn't do Silver State.
He didn't do DNC. Yeah, no Silver State. Then he didn't go to any of the West Coast races. He only does like East Coast races.
I think WRC is kind of focusing on the East Coast too. So I don't know.
I mean, could be, but like the thing is, like if they want like to have a pro, I don't think it's worth it to have him run like club races.
Well, it is though, because what they're doing is he's working in regional races through USRC. I see what I get that part of it too. That's been kind of like their goal, get in there. But I get what you mean. When you have a pro like that, you kind of want him at all your races.
Yeah.
So I think like, this will happen.
Like if their goal is to have a pro that can win, then it's like they're not doing the job. But I think what they're trying to do is make Lutz into a Drake, where he doesn't really have to win. He has to just look like he knows his shit.
Well, that would be smart. Well, not only that, they do clinics and stuff, which is great because Lutz is well liked, and this is also a great way as he gets older. He has 4 kids, and I like Lutz a lot. I don't want to see him out of RC.
Yeah,
I want to see him still involved in RC.
Think I don't think Lutz is gonna go out of RC anytime soon. I feel he's one of those guys who just loves RC, but I mean, hard to say.
Yeah,
but I really like him as well, and I think
anything can happen.
He's really good for any team, really.
Yeah, I said to Joseph all the time, I said, man, what if we would have got Lutz like in 2018? You know what I mean? Would it have been the right time? Would it, like when we was, Joseph was saying we want to drive, he's looking at Cav. But see, then Lutz would have been too expensive too. You know what I mean? Because he has to make his money solely from 8 scale. So you would have had to pay him a good bit, a good chunk of change.
Yeah.
Because when it's different. When like a Cav splits, you can split a salary between 10 scale and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that should be done a lot more. Like 10 scale, 8 scale, like now, like a lot of brands have 10 scale and 8 scale cars. And then like they have drivers that mostly drive the other class, so they're like spending like money for nothing really. Like for let's say like let's say like Dustin Evans would drive 8 scale. Like you're just wasting money like sending Evans to 8 scale races, really.
Yeah.
But I mean
that's
just like but I mean it's not that Evans is bad or anything, but
but he just doesn't race
been an 8 scale driver. Yeah.
But a good race, a good vibe. Probably one of the best things to come out of this was Moto X got that video and it went super viral. When I last checked, was at like 11 million views from Sunday, and Yeah.
in like
So,
like a few days.
yeah.
11 million views. Wow,
Yeah. It's
that's crazy.
probably at 15 million now that last time I checked it. You know, once that stuff starts snowballing, it snowballs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's too. I always when I see stuff, I'm like, oh man, it's so. I can't believe how RCGP didn't get that. But I'm gonna talk more about that because that's actually my thought of the week this week, or my Dawn and Quiet. So I'll talk about that and that more. Um, Other races, like I said, there was a lot of racing going on this week. They had the Quebec Classic up in Quebec. Congratulations to Bega Racing and all those lot up there. It's really good to see. This is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, race in Canada. And it always draws a big crowd, even from the Northeast. Obviously, the Americans didn't go this year, but it had a good crowd. I think Mark Souza won. He lives right there in Toronto, so it's easy for him. But great track, great race. It looked like they had fun. I was talking to my buddy RC Kevin, who comes on her and co-host with me. He had a blast. So congratulations to them. The Mugen Challenge was held, and these are all big races. We're talking about like almost 140 people each. You know what I mean? 300 entries altogether. The Mugen Challenge was held at the LCRC Raceway where the Nationals was held. They put in a new layout. Drake came up and done his. It's funny. Drake came up and did his clinic, but he did the same clinic like a couple of weeks ago. Did the same group of people at the Barnstormers at the Big Apple race. I'm sure it was different people there, but a success.
Oh, okay.
Man, this guy had a successful race, dude. It had like 180 people, 300 something entries. I looked at the like the camera for the RV. Like it was more RVs and stuff than there were for the Nationals. So when this guy
but
puts on a race,
that's like
he goes
that's
there.
pretty
People
cool
go.
though. Like even in Europe, a lot of the times, like big sort of national races have more people than sort of Euros or anything like that.
Mhm.
It's actually pretty common because people don't want to do all the hassle with licenses and then all that stuff, like sort of the pressure of going to a race for like the whole week versus a race to going over the weekend.
Yeah.
It's a big difference.
He had a great, like everybody that went there, great time. They had a blast. This guy's known for putting on good races. So congratulations to LCRC. Drake, believe Drake won. Obviously he won. And yeah, good race. They had the NCT. They had a run. I'm sure they had a shit ton of because they run 10 scale too, but I'm sure it was pretty big for them. And then we had the CTRC race, which was like a bachelor party race. Man, there was a lot of RC going on. There was a crawl for autism going on that was pretty big. I mean, there were just races going on regionally all over America. And it was just like my Facebook feed was just full of like people at RC races. And we say RC's dying, and I know we do a lot of doom and gloom on her, but that's really good to see. And I hope that there's new people.
RC is not dying. Even RC racing is not dying.
It's not dying, but it's not growing as fast as we want it to. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. But like
So
if you
to
look
say-
at big races,
Yeah.
like from like 2010 or like 2000, 2010 and now, RC has just gone bigger. It's like only thing that has changed is there are maybe less pros, or to be a pro is a bit more difficult
Easy?
maybe these days. I don't know. I'd say difficult to be a
I
pro.
think it's easier. I don't know. I think it's a lot easier now. That could be a debate. Yeah, I think it's easier.
Hard
But
to
I'm just
say.
saying-
The thing is, like, the difference is like back in the day, there used to be pros who just drove RC cars. These days, all the pros need to have their YouTube channels and do that. And
No, there used to no. You got that confused. There used to be pros too that actually worked at the place too. So this is
but they are
instead of
these-
doing the
like,
social
even
media
these days.
stuff.
But like even these days, like lots,
Ryan
he's sort
Mayfield
of
is a pro
working.
driver who doesn't do anything but drive a car.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
he doesn't
how
do any
many?
of his-
How many are there now, and how many were there then?
Well, I think you can't demand. I think the social media side of it is all a part of being a pro driver now. It's not that it's extra
Yeah,
work.
but-
It's part of doing it.
Kind of, yeah, but I don't know. It's hard to actually say because I feel like it could be that back in the day there were a lot of pros, but
I think there
It's
were a
really
lot
hard to
more.
tell.
I think back in the day there were a lot more 100 guys maybe and travel guys. That's maybe what it seemed like. So you had a
Really?
bigger traveling team. Like Kyosho had a big travel team. Like Greg used to always say, if you didn't make the A man on Sunday, you was on the B team Monday. So,
Yeah.
but just lots of racing going on, man. Really good to see. But it's also August, so it's like summer's starting to dwindle. It's gonna be winter soon, so
Yeah.
everybody's getting that last little bit of 8 scale outdoor racing in, and then they all go back indoors to 10 scale and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
I
very
wish we
refreshing to
didn't
see.
have winter. We could just run 8 scale all year.
Believe it or not, this dude's from Finland and he gets cold easy. Oh, it's cold.
I don't get
Put the
I don't get
Put the
cold.
heater up to 80 degrees all night and let everybody die. Oh man, that was a
You'd
horrible
be
night in the
fine with
RV.
heat.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I look like I'm fine with heat, dude. Look, funny story. So we're all staying. No, I'll never do this again either. 5 of us staying in this drinky-dink little camper at DNC. Max and Jonas sleeping in the king bed together. They decided to get there, and it's so cold for the Finnish guys that they put the heat on. Little did they know they got it on like 90. And then we get in there, and then we're sleeping, and I'm sleeping right next to this vent. I literally wake up completely dehydrated and everything else. Jesus,
I mean,
it was so hot.
It could just be that for us it wasn't that hot. Like it just
No,
because
everybody
we were
else
like on the other side of it.
yeah, but everybody on the other side, and that's when I also slept in a recliner for a week. Oh, I would not do that ever again. Anyway, anywho, big race this week. 10 scale nationals. It has started. It is at the track in Gaithersburg, run by Mimi Wong. They had the nationals here in 2017. Once again, it's unfortunate we're seeing less and less tracks bidding for these races. I know why, but this is the Raw Nationals, and it's a big deal. Oh, rewind. No Born Horse at Wicked Weekend.
Yeah, was he there?
No.
What was he doing?
Very strange. This is a race he usually goes to unless he's preparing for the 10 scale nationals or he's on vacation or something like this. I find it very weird that he was
where does he live?
Like, no, he could drive there, I believe.
Yeah, so he lives in like East Coast though.
Right? Yeah, like mid east west coast. But I just found it weird that he was not there because he usually goes to all these events. So I'm thinking he might be on vacation or just took a break.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he would attend the 10 scale Raw
Yeah,
Nationals.
I wouldn't be surprised if he then he probably said, all right, I'm not going to do this. I'll do the 10 scale nationals. Yeah. And I'm sure we're going to see, I hope we see like Tyler Jones there. I know we're not going to see Tebow there. Like Tebow's just done with 10 scale. It looks
he
like
is?
Completely.
After winning the Raw, what do you call it, reader race?
Yeah, he probably said, that's all I need and I'm done. I won everything else.
I mean, has he won 2 wheel drive? Oh, he has. Yeah, 2013. Yeah. He's won all. So I mean, yeah. I mean,
but that was just
I would be fine with quitting at that point.
So have you seen this track? It's like super high bite, smooth.
Is it one of those tracks that looks like it's made out of like concrete or something?
It looks like it's oil on the track. That's how shiny it is.
Yeah. Sort of like painted, painted floor or something.
Yeah, really, but that's where
not
it's
like dirt at all.
Yeah.
I find it a bit hilarious. It used to be like Americans always said like Europeans only drive on carpet. Like now these days, like Americans drive on like what even is that?
Well, it's where the race is. It's nothing against the track. They just cater to their base. That's what they like.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's not about this track in particular. It's just the style of tracks in America.
Right. I don't even know who to pick on this, but it's gonna be difficult, man. It's gonna be a lot of fast guys there. A lot of fast.
And the thing is, like, when was the last time we saw any fast guy run 10 scale? Probably like the
exact 10K
CRC race.
Yeah. No. Yeah, and a lot of guys were at that exact 10K race a few months ago.
Oh yeah, that was no CRC, right?
Yeah, but and then they had a warm up race for this race a few weeks ago. So we're gonna see some good racing.
Was anyone there? But I mean, last time I checked at any results, Brock was winning. That was an OCRC. He won like 2 drives.
I actually think Brock can do really well at this race.
Yeah, but that we made predictions like a few weeks ago. I thought it was gonna be earlier this race, but I think
We
I
didn't
called
make.
Brock for full drive win.
Well, I don't even know who to pick, to be honest. But I just know the cream is going to rise to the top.
Yeah,
And
let's just make we're gonna make
I'm just
new
making.
predictions.
I'm picking Cavallari.
You did that last time as well.
Yeah, well, there we go. Cavallari wins 2-wheel drive. Cavallari wins 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, I think you picked that in like the last time we did picks. It was probably the last time I was on the podcast. We picked drivers for the Raw Nationals.
No Dustin Evans. He's not going to be there. He's
He isn't gonna be
congratulations to
there.
him, his wife. Yeah, I believe his significant other, wife, girlfriend. I believe they're having their first baby or having a baby.
Yeah.
So she's due. Congratulations to them. But honestly, I could see somebody like Aiden Horn or Brock doing well. Her winning this.
You said, hey, you called Aiden Horn for like third.
You have.
When we were picking.
Are you sure you're not confused with another race we was looking at?
No, we were picking drivers for the Raw Nationals. It was like a year question.
Yeah, so this was probably for the 8 scale nationals.
No, it was for 10 scale because it was last time. It was after 8 scale national. We can go back and check it.
I'm not doing all that.
Yeah.
I'm picking Cav.
You just need to trust me.
I'm picking Cav. Fuck it. Go with the GOAT.
Yeah,
Can't go wrong there.
I think last time I said for two-wheel drive was Spencer, was it Mayfield second and Brock third, and then for four-wheel drive I think I went with Brock first, and then I think I went Fend. No, I think I went Testman second, Fend third, or Fend second, Testman third.
My dream
But
scenario
I think
would be
that could work out pretty well.
my dream scenario would be like Fend and Rifkin getting at it early from the start. So there's already hostilities there. Anyway. I want them hitting each other like tomorrow. Tomorrow will be great for them to have a collision. And then the TLR AE beef just simmers all day tomorrow. Like
I think that's what RC really needs. Sort of like that team battle atmosphere. Because now it's just like everyone's their own pro. Like every single pro out there is trying to like do their own thing. Like the whole team atmosphere is pretty much gone completely. Because it used to be like AE and Losi, and then like Kyosho and Mugen in 8 scale. And it's like it was always been a big like team sort of atmosphere.
right.
Like these are team guys. It's pretty much like it's almost completely gone. Like from some points.
It has, but I'll tell you the team that's going to be like the smallest team that's going to be a force is going to be Schumacher, because they're going to have, if Jones goes, they have Jones, and they have.
Oh yeah, they have Jones. Yeah,
they'll have Brock. So we shall see.
Yeah, Brock.
I'm taking. Okay, I've got my top 3.
Jones.
It's Cav, Fend, Aiden. There we go.
What about four-wheel drive?
Cav, Fend, Aiden. No.
Both the same. Yeah,
Rivkin.
both for Rivkin third in four-wheel drive.
I predict that Fend and Rivkin get into each other for the they have to beat each other to win A3, and then they have a mix up, and then
I wanna see some good third finals. Like I feel like 10 scale is really freaking boring if it's like if they win it in the first 2 finals. I want to see like third finals with like tied points.
I would like to see bump ups, maybe. You know, it's 2021. Can we have bumps from the B main, so like it's not over for these guys? Can we? I guess maybe at this race, actually, I know Dagani doesn't like 10 car mains. I actually like 15 car mains. I know we can't do it at this race, but maybe 12, 10 in, 2 bump, maybe 7-minute mains. I mean, we are running lipos now.
I don't know. I kind of like it. I kind of like it's 5 minutes, 10 cars, really simple, and it's like really pure racing. And the only issue is you can win it in 2. Like if it was all 3 counted, I would think that would make it a lot more interesting.
Yeah, or maybe just do 2.
You have to finish all 3. Yeah, just do 2. Maybe that even. Yeah, 2 mains and both count.
2 7-minute mains.
Dang, that's actually a pretty good idea. I think that would be really cool.
2 10-minute mains.
No, 10 is too much. 7 is okay, but if it's really hot, even 7 is a bit on the edge.
8.25.
No, I mean 7 is the max. 5 is okay. I would be fine with two 5-minute mains and both count.
I'll be fine with 2 7-minute mains and they both count.
Yeah, I mean we could do either
And some
way.
bumps.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't like bumps in.
Well, see, they have
electric.
the bumps. They don't have the bumps because of the triple mains. See, and they do the triple. You know what I mean? So they have it planned out for Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that I mean, kind of
All
because
right.
like if you run more than one main, it's like, well, actually, you could do bumps if you had, like a main is run twice, all the other mains are run once. That
Okay.
way you could do bumps.
All right. So let's be drawn on about this enough. We will have good coverage of this, I believe. I hope we have commentary
I mean,
from this
should be.
race.
It's nationals,
Not like the
if you-
Onward Nationals, please. Can we have commentary? Oh,
Onward
by the
Nationals
way,
was okay. What was wrong with Onward Nationals?
the Onward Nationals had no commentary. It was just cars going around. No,
The electric
no,
ones or the nitro one?
not nitro ones.
Oh, the electric one was okay.
Yeah, electric one was all right. The electric one that they
Yeah.
had in the carpet ones.
Let me clarify. It was not okay, but it was the usual level Live RC does.
All right, so Max, I'm being serious. I'm taking Cav in 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. Fend in 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive second, but he could win either one of those. I think Aiden takes 2-wheel drive and Rivkin takes 4-wheel drive in an epic battle to the end where Rivkin and Rivkin takes out Fend at the very end, and then freaking Cav wins it because they take each other out. And then
Then
the
like
TLR AE booth is ignited to full forest fire proportions.
I just
and then we
can't
have
see
fun.
Cavalieri winning anything right now.
No, you know what? I might just kick you off the podcast for saying things like that.
No, but like, let's be honest here. Like, when was the last time Cavalieri was close to winning any race?
Like a few months ago, 10 scale.
Where?
I can't remember.
Yeah, but like any, even like smaller 10 scale races, he's been always like second, third.
Then I have a doubt to go, but I see where you have the doubt. I see where you have.
I mean, yeah, it's no diss to Cavalieri, and
no,
like
honestly,
no doubt next year,
honestly,
I mean, he should be winning.
I just want him
because
to
he
win.
usually does.
I just want him to win, to be honest. I don't know who's gonna win. I think we're gonna see. I think we might see, and I hope we do. Hope we see somebody.
Well, I
different
told
then.
you who was gonna win.
You think Brock?
I'm the prediction king.
You know what? I can't even go. Oh, we forgot about Tessman.
Yeah, I called Tessman second for 4-wheel drive.
Oh, okay. I don't know who to pick. Who do you guys pick? I'm sticking with Cav. No, you know what? I changed my mind. Fend all the way. Let's go Fend.
You just flipped.
Yep. I'm back on that Fend train.
Are you allowed? Are you allowed to pick it?
I don't care what bridges I burn.
You know what? This time you could be right. This could be the first time we pick Fend or you pick Fend, and you're actually right.
Yeah. You're probably right. You are right. But yeah, I'm going for Fend. I think this is just his type of race. Like, 5 minutes, high grip. This is him, It's all him to lose. Unless Rivkin and him get at it, and then he's mind screwed, and then that's it.
Well, yeah. Let's be honest, like TLR 2-wheel drive is usually looked really good on tracks like this. I'm not 100% expert on this, like 100% sure about everything, but it typically on tracks like this, I think TLR has performed a bit better than tracks like OCRC, for example.
It's gonna be interesting. I'll be watching it.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
I'll
be sharing it. Another little tidbit.
Well, maybe not
that I got.
F1 is on this weekend again.
Yeah, it won't be one anyway. Yeah, it would be one because East Coast. CJ Jellin running Yokomo 10 scales at this race through A-Main.
Yeah,
I am hearing.
Wonder what's happening with.
I am. You know me. I always get these little messenger pigeons coming towards me.
Yeah.
I am hearing that Kaisho is done with their 10 scale program at the end of this year.
I think Kyosho is done with everything at the end of this year.
I don't think everything.
Well, all the
I
pro
wouldn't.
activity at least.
I
But I
think.
wouldn't be surprised if they don't sell 10 scale cars after
Well, let's
this
be
year.
realistic. Like their 10 scale program has been lacking for years. You know what I mean? There are diehards out there that run it.
Have they ever won anything in 10 scale apart from
Maybe Tebow
2013
won
with
something
Tebow?
for him.
Tebow won in 2013, finished like second in 2015. 17. Yeah, Tebow got nothing.
I don't know.
2011, Tebow was close but got nothing.
That's what I'm hearing,
Hard to
dude.
say. Hard to say, but
So-
it could be that Kyosho has never even won anything big in 10 scale. Could just be that
So-
they're an 8 scale brand.
Right. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe they just go to an 8 scale brand because
Yeah.
the 10 scale market's hard too. You know, it's so many other.
Mhm.
If it's hard for a brand like Kyosho, like Kyosho's never seemed to have got the 10 scale thing right. Like even if you go back to their gas truck days and you listen to Greg and how he's like the truck just wouldn't go straight, you know, and it just I know the Kyosho guys are gonna flame me. I'm sure the car has won, but it's just like you don't see anybody running it
I mean,
right
the
now.
Tour
You know what I
Drive
mean?
is a world champion car, but it's not like let's put it like it's kind of
Yeah, I
like
get it.
if Mayfield won the 8 scale like worlds in like
Mm.
2010 or 2008. It's not like 8 scale is still an 8 scale. Sorry, Associate is still an 8 scale brand. Like
Gotcha.
nowadays it is because like there's a big team. Most of the guys run 8. Well, all of the guys pretty much run 8 scale. But like at that time, Associated really never was an 8 scale brand,
Mhm.
and like I think that's how we should look at Kyosho with 10 scale. Like they won races, yeah, they won championships, but it's kind of still like their main focus has been 8 scale always, and dropping out of 10
always.
scale is not huge news, you know.
Exactly. All right. So, what do you guys think? Who are your picks for this weekend? Will you guys be watching the Nationals? Let's hope we get great coverage of it. It's a small track, so we should. I don't know if Scotty's going or anything like that. So I hope he does. Because actually, I enjoy listening to Scotty and doing the interviews and stuff. I hope we get some good coverage of it. So good luck to everybody there. And you know what, man? We cannot count out Mayfield at all, even though he's had a very not so good 10 scale year. But
yeah, that's the thing about Mayfield. Like he has been in the B main at like club races and OCRT and stuff like that. So he's been like this is a bit harsh, but he's been really bad in 10 scale this year, like compared to his like regular level. But even that, he's still like, if he won, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You know? Not surprised. Yeah, I just haven't. Hey, I've been shit at 10 scale all year. I just smack a few Coors Light, and then Mayfield shows up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
He's the type of guy who can be like a bit underwhelming the whole year. Like at Silver State, like he qualified like what 8, like something like in buggy, and then won by landslide, like lap or something.
Mayfield's
like he's that
amazing.
type of guy. Yeah.
Oh, Ronnefog won this weekend too. So I guess he said the pure dumb 18-time national champion, Swedish national champion.
Yeah, I have 17 to go.
Yeah, I think that's it for news. If we missed something, I don't know. There wasn't much out there. Orion's coming back. They're coming back. I just saw that today.
Yes, that's actually good. Yeah, I was discussing this with one of my buddies at work, and it was, it's like Orion. Orion sort of was a huge brand, like Ronnefog, Tebow. Then it sort of died out a bit, like Tebow starting running other brands a bit, Maxima engines. Then like when Ronnefog went to HB, like he was still running Orion, but it was like slowing down all the time. And then Performa came out, but now it seems like could be that Performa is only for HB drivers, and then Orion is for everyone. Could be that, or just like could be also that Performa is just done. Hard to say.
Well, I mean, we shall see. I had some Orion ESCs. They were good.
Oh yeah, I mean Orion is like a multi-time world champion.
Oh yeah.
Manufacturer. They're like they're good and they're always been, but they just lacked sort of that. And I think they almost went bankrupt in like 2008. Then Kyoto bought it,
Really?
and then then Neidhart bought it back a few years back when. Like that's why all the Kyosho drivers were like running Orion, and that's why all like the Kyosho
gotcha.
RTRs came with Orion batteries, Orion electronics, all that, and that's how Orion got back on their feet and made up a company that's functional, and now Neidhart owns it again.
Okay, awesome. I did read the news article about it. So. Good stuff. Maybe I could get some super souped up batteries for my Operation 150. No, I need soft case. I can't use hard case. I need soft case batteries.
We need soft case
because you can use hard case in boats. I guess water can get trapped in there. I don't know.
Could be, but also boat batteries.
Wait.
That's too. But boat batteries, like they can very easily like sponge up.
And they heat up. Oh man, after I run my boat, my batteries are hot because it's just like you know, like that.
Yeah, it's full power.
Yeah. So enough about boats. This is about racing, even though it's racing. Yeah, I think it's time. Yeah, it's gonna be a good weekend. You'll see who wins at the Nationals. Congratulations to Cole Ogden, man. I'm happy for you. Now let's get that big win. You know what I mean? That I know you can do.
Yeah.
And that's beating Mayfield and those guys. I know he can beat those guys.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's better than those guys. I just know he can beat them.
The thing about Cole is like this is his best year by far, and like this is the first year he's been showing like he could actually win the big race. So could be fun to see.
And Tebow, he'll get another Nitro buggy win. I know that's bothering him. And Tyler Jones, great weekend for him. Great weekend for him. I would say, great weekend. All right, you know what? Speaking of Tyler Jones and Jared Tebow, they are both Beach RC drivers, and Beach RC brings you the bench racing Q&A.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Yes, thank you to Beach RC for their support. They have supported the podcast from the inception. Lucas, and let me mute Max as they're eating a chocolate. Lucas has also been a great supporter. You know, he's taking the white whale on trips. Brent was at Wicked Weekend. I was talking to him earlier. He had a blast. Thank you to those guys for all the support. Beach RC is growing by the month. One of the biggest actual brick and mortar shops with an online presence and a track. They have the Palmetto. They have Masters of Dirt coming up here soon, which a 10-scale race I'd actually like to go to. And thank you to them. And if you guys can, we have an affiliate link with them. It is in the written description of this podcast. In that Linktree link, you can find all of our links to all of our sponsors, as well as coupon codes. We don't have a coupon code with this, but any purchase you make from this helps show us some love. So please show Beach RC some love, and then in turn shows the podcast some love. So thank you to them. So Max, we have a few questions for you specifically. From Magnus Berglund, he's in Sweden. How did it feel to beat him, and what was JQ excuses? Well, we don't have JQ here yet, but I'm sure we'll have his excuses.
Yeah, and then we can save this for when JQ is here, but yeah.
Okay, Magnus will answer that question when JQ is here, but he also has a bonus question. When will we get cheap 8-scale tires?
I mean, we have them already. You could get 8-scale tires for a set for, I'd say, $25. You could get
but I think he means like competitive 8-scale tires.
But that's the thing, like this is what people don't understand about a lot of stuff. Like a cheap RC car that's fast and easy to drive, that's possible to get. But a cheap 8-scale car that's fast, that's easy to drive, durable, and the parts fit together nice, that's not possible to get. So you have to compromise. You either have a really fast car that's really easy to drive because they have a team who made the car, who know what they're doing, and they have a setup, and then they use cheap products to make the car to get the cost down. Or then you have a brand that has quality machines, quality parts, but they don't have a team to make the car. So you have a really quality car that's really bad on the track. That's more expensive, or they save the money from their R&D costs. So that's the two ways about cars. But then something in between is probably the best. But or both at the same time. But then the issue is that it costs a lot. So the Blake Kyosho used to be really expensive because it was the best car, because they had good quality products and they had a good race team. But then it goes to engines, where it's pretty much almost purely the materials. And same thing with tires. Like, the thing about tires is you can copy a thread pattern that doesn't cost you anything. You can copy a wheel that doesn't cost you anything. What costs is rubber. And the issue is, like, a lot of the cheap brands don't use actually rubber. They use like silicone, they use all different additives that are close to rubber but not quite rubber. When you do this, what happens is they are really hard to get to stick to the tire. They peel off really easy, and they generally don't have as much grip and wear out much more. So then you pay less, but you can get a tire that's really soft and has okay grip but wears up really fast, or you can get a tire that's really hard but then doesn't have grip and it lasts a bit longer. When you have brands that put their like actual rubber in the tire, put the quality rubber in there, it costs much more, but it's actually lasts longer, has the same amount of grip or more grip, and it works. And you can see that. You can find, like, you can see what a good tire looks like. You can drive it at the track, you can see how much it wears and all that. And those tires don't use a lot of additives. The tire material is almost purely rubber, and that's why it works. And that's pretty much what goes on in the longer compounds. The longer compounds a lot of the times have more rubber in them. That's why they last more without losing that much grip. And same
Okay.
thing is with engines, really. That why an OS engine costs a lot more than the other brands. They have the DLC coating, they have really good materials, and yeah, it's just like some things you just need to pay for. Fuel as well. The oil, if you want to get the good oil, it costs money. So you have to pay 50 euros for a 5-liter can, but that's good fuel. You have to pay 50 euros for a set of tires, but that has actual rubber in the tires. And then you pay 400 euros for an engine, but the engine is really good and lasts you for a long time. So, like, what I always say is, if you're poor, you can't afford the cheap stuff. That means that you have to buy the good stuff and pay for it, and then it lasts longer. With tires, yeah, it's a bit different because almost all the time you have to go with a new set for a main or whatever. But if you actually want to be fast, you just have to spend a lot of money on tires. That's why I have sort of switched my stance on spec tire, and now I'm pretty much rooting for spec tire with controlled amount of sets.
Yeah, I
And
agree
that's,
with you
yeah,
there.
that's the issue here. Like, you can get tires for like 25 bucks a set, but those tires aren't that good. They could
But if
work in
everybody's on
some
them,
scenarios.
but if
Yeah,
everybody's
but
on
it
them, then it's everybody's on them.
exactly.
So
Yeah, exactly.
good stuff. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. It's funny. Guy Kyle McKinnon, Magnus JQ must have offended himself. Always his favorite topic. I love that guys are using some of the words that we've come up with. That's great. Benjamin James, if RC Racing had if an RC Racing Hall of Fame, I don't know if there is one. There might be one. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Neo Buggy tried to do one.
Okay, so there isn't one. Wherever created, who would be inducted? Drivers and contributors. He sent me a long list. Oh man, I would have to say, obviously, like, okay, I'll give you my top 10 that have to be included in the Hall of Fame right now. Drivers: Jay Housley, uh, obviously Kinwald,
Mhm.
Francis Brothers,
Both.
um, the one who won the most, okay, Matt, I guess. Uh, 8 scale. I'm gonna go 8 scale. Greg Degani has to go in there because he's the first ever American world champion.
Yeah.
Mark
Yeah,
Pavidis has to go in there. Kanai, Hara.
Well, yeah.
It's
What
so
about
many.
Iguan? Like
Iguan.
top 10 is really hard to pick.
Iguan.
Then,
Like there's people that are still racing that could be in the Hall of Fame. Like, you know what I mean?
Like of the people racing at the moment, I'd say Cavalieri is the one at the moment.
Cav has that's what people don't understand. Cav has the most wins out of all these guys. All of
Yeah.
them. Still does.
Yeah.
And
like he's a guy who won like he's a guy who went to the worlds and won both classes by land.
Yeah.
Like easy.
Adam Drake,
Right.
obviously. Do we consider Adam? I see Adam Drake's weird. Is he a contributor as a driver? I think
Drake
he goes
is-
in as both.
Drake is hard to say. Like, I wouldn't put Drake in yet. I would put Drake in like, let's say 5 years from now.
Well, he's
You
gonna
know?
be in there. Let's put it that way. Just like
Yeah,
I believe
yeah.
JQ would be in there one day too, if there was one.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
know?
Like
As a contributor,
JQ
not
and
as a
Drake,
racer.
JQ and the Drake are sort of those people that like the polar opposite of what they are, but both have contributed to RC in a huge way. So yeah, those are, but both are still like waiting for their time. Like Drake is still really active.
Yeah.
He needs to sort of like fade out a bit, and then he's sort of that.
Left, Mike Reedy, all these Gil Losi Jr.,
Yeah,
Gil
I mean,
Losi
come
Senior,
on, like,
all these guys will be in there.
You could almost do like we haven't even mentioned Masami yet.
Yeah, we can probably do a podcast just on that subject.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, there's so many
great
people.
question,
Like
though.
you would have like there would be at least like 100 people there. Why did I go full screen?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
That's a long
we're back.
question. We can't answer that.
Yeah, but I mean, at least those who we said them probably more like Barry Baker.
I did say
you could
Barry Baker. Yeah, how we to forget Barry
Yeah.
Baker? Who else?
a lot of European guys.
Josh Searle, like all
like
these.
Drescher. I mean, Drescher could be there.
Drescher. What's his name? Kalari. Like he's won like 10 times. Like,
yeah,
you know what I
he
mean?
too.
So many guys. I don't know why we don't have an RC Hall of Fame. We need an RC Hall of Fame. So.
Even Miguel Matias could be there.
Yeah, Miguel Matias, another one. Mick Craddock, contributor. Bloomfield, Neil Craig eventually. Lee, what's his name? Hazelwood. All these guys deserve to be in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jeremy Courts.
Yeah,
All these guys deserve to be in there. So, Chad Bradley, Jason Ashton, all these guys, like anybody that's won a national championship, Steve Hartson, you
Pretty
know.
much.
So, once
Okay. But yeah, I mean, the list is gonna be a long one.
Yeah, it's gonna be long. I hope it happens one day. So we shall see, man. We shall see. Our next question, it is, hold on, I lost it. Great question. Benjamin always has good questions. Chris Boyder, what's up, Gator Man? Why do track owners rely on mostly volunteer work? Isn't a track a business that we should have an employer or two? I mean, they pay race directors to announce most of the time, but then expect racers to work full time, prepare their race cars, unpack all their gear, and fly to come nailed on pipe or whatever. Seems unreasonable to me, and that these owners are bad at business. You know what? I actually do agree with Chris on this. If you're gonna run a track as a business, then you ain't supposed to be out there asking for volunteers. Or if you have some volunteers and maybe you give them free entries or something like that, that's cool.
Yeah,
you have a select. You're paying them in a sense. But I've always seen that, and I've just been like on the fence about it. Like when we had a club track, obviously it ran all on volunteers, so we needed volunteers. To say all of that. I don't know if you're gonna be running for a track as I don't know. Does Joey ask people to come out and nail track down at his new track now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does Thunder Alley ask people to come out? He has his people that do it. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I mean, it's nothing wrong. Don't get me wrong. If you're into your track and you want to help and you want to do all that type of stuff, but I see so many track owners saying they're track owners and they're making like this is for business. Nobody wants to help. Well, it's a business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The thing is like if it's a club, it means that every single one who's part of the club owns the track. You know, like everyone's a part owner. It's sort of like a communal thing. I'm trying really hard to not say like any political stance here, but that's sort of like where everyone puts their effort into, and everyone shares it, and everyone benefits from other people doing stuff. And that's why that's where you want volunteer. You give your money to the club that you can get stuff for all of you guys. Then asking for other people to help, it's fine, because that's like you're just asking more people contribute. You're just asking more people to contribute, that they would get benefits as well. When it's a business, it's like you're asking people to contribute, but when it goes time to share, the owner just takes all the money.
Right.
And I think it's very pathetic to ask for volunteers and act as if you should be having volunteers, like just because you should. Is it's like entitled of the people who run the track, and it's like very sort of weird thought on its
Look,
own.
man, if you want to help to on your local track and help that guy out, there's nothing wrong with that. But if the guy's like demanding people to come help, and it's like, oh, the track isn't ready because nobody can help. If it's a volunteer run track and that happened, then shame on the volunteers. If it's a business track and that didn't happen, shame on the business.
But as a business, even you could do it, like you could say, hey guys, could you come at the track, help me out, let's get the track ready, I'll order all of us dinner, and like we get food at the track,
which a lot of people do.
And that's the right way to do it. But just to act like entitled, like I need to have volunteers for Marshall or whatever, and you will get nothing, you need to pay everything, that's dumb. And like if you collect like a paycheck from that, that's like, I think that's not right. Like inherently.
I think so too. I'm actually on that with you guys. Trevor Follett, is JQ 6'7" or is Max 5'2"? You're pretty short. How tall are you?
I think I'm 167 or something. So that's like
centimeters?
5'7", I think.
Okay. And then JQ is actually tall. JQ's like 6.
Yeah, JQ is like 194, which is like, what is that?
6'4",
that's
6'5",
like 6. What is that? So 6 feet is 180, and that's like.
He's like 6'6", 6'5".
6'6", yeah, 6'6". Yeah, that's what it is.
JQ's actually pretty tall. But he's absolutely the most. What's the word I'm looking? Most unthreatening, tallest guy I've ever met. Like if I ever saw JQ walking down an alley, I would not feel threatened by him by one. Like in one, I could be in a wheelchair with broken arms and legs, and I still would feel like I could beat him. You know what I mean? I'm like, just let me get my cast around him. That's how unthreatening Joseph is. All right, so Brad made a big question. So is it the driver or the car?
Oh, yeah, I kind of, it's like this question gets asked way too much, but I really wanted someone to ask this because I think it's a good time to discuss it. A lot of times people are like, if some driver changes, let's say like Lutz, he went to Agama and won the DXR race, and it's like, oh, the Agama is so good. A lot of the times it's like people jump to conclusions way too soon. Like let's say for me, like what I always wanted to do is like learn the car first and then get to sort of where I can finish high up consistently. Whereas a lot of other drivers do is they just try something, and if it works, they get a really good result straight out the way, but then they struggle. Sort of what happened to Lutz with Agama. So my stance on this has been that now I have found the setup that I run pretty much at every track. I feel really comfortable with the car and I feel fast with the car. My sort of stance on this is that it doesn't really matter which car you run if it's good enough, you know?
Do you think you're going to beat Joseph if you're BE? Either way? I think
Hard
so.
to say. I think so, yes. I think so. but hard
Especially
to
now,
say.
with so many things changed on it. Like not so
Yeah,
many things changed on it, but you know, he brags that he makes a C Hub car drive like a pillowbowl car, but better. So
yeah. I mean, but yeah, the front end he's running now is pretty much exactly the same as on my AE, just in pillow ball form, but the geometry is like close. So yeah, like the thing is like I at this point I feel really good with my car at the moment. So it's hard to say like if I would have a black edition or have another brand car now, if I would feel good with it. But yeah, it's like
it took you a year
let's
to
say
get to feel good with it, though. Let's be honest, though. It didn't like it wasn't
yeah, but
naturally.
like yeah, but that's what happened with everyone.
Uh,
Like
Not
Cavalieri with
everybody. Some
Escorts,
I know guys who figure
Cavalieri
out
with
they
TLR.
can a car isn't good for them after one weekend.
Yeah, but they are mostly fools. And the thing is like yeah, that's but the reason is like the reason why I'm feeling good like after 1 year is because I went through the process of finding out what I like about the car and then like working on those strengths, you know, and finding the setup I like and finding the things I need to change when I need to change something.
Got you.
So it's like it's more of an attitude question. I would argue that almost everyone can be fast with almost any car, and it's just a question of attitude. That are you are you ready to sort of think what you need to do with the car before you do something with the car, or are you just want to gonna run it and try to win that way and then just try everything and then eventually lose and realize that oh this car's a piece of shit or whatever, even though you just your attitude that sucked. But all in all, though, I feel I've switched my driving style up a bit, and I think that has helped a lot. So could be like that's definitely due to switching cars because like with the BE, I had like a driving style I always did, and it's like I set up the cars anyway always, and like I got stuck in that. And then when I had to change, I had to learn something new.
Mhm.
So in that sense, it could be like okay, I couldn't have won with the old car because I was driving different then. But yeah, hard to say. I mean, there's so small difference between the different cars that it's like hard to call. But yeah, I'd say the driver almost always, but you still need a good enough car. Like Associated, uh, I would argue the JQ and HB, Mugen, Kyosho. All those cars are good enough to be actually really good. And
Okay.
for me, Associated works really good. So that's why I'm running that.
Awesome. All right. We have a few more questions here, dude. Chris Boyder. Chris Boyder was really upset that Wicked Weekend didn't have moving cameras. I was too. How can we
Yeah.
expect to get celebrities into the sport when the average person isn't even aware it exists? The Wicked Weekend had 274 drivers, and I counted around 40 people in the stands for the Pro A main. Add another 40 for the marshals and drivers in the stand. That's 80 people out of 274. I guess even the racers aren't interested in spectating. I know it's a long weekend for them, and some still have races to race, but come on, man. In a time where people are bored as hell and looking for anything to do, we could and should do a lot better than this. Plus, the fixed camera makes for a boring environment, and it's pretty pathetic. I know we've beat this subject into the grave, but the problem isn't getting fixed. I actually agree with you on this, but according to Dave commented on a post today, on this post that I shared, and he said that they had some camera issues and that it should be fixed for Southern Nationals. So hopefully that is. It was a shame
What
because
camera issues? Like they didn't have a guy filming? Like how can you
probably
have
not.
camera
Probably
issues?
not. Well, the first race they sent Live RC sent a crew there for PMB, and they didn't send
Yeah.
one for which was the next race. No,
Yeah,
because
but
this is
like
the
let's be honest here. All you need to do is give a guy $100 that has brains and
well. It's
say,
not. It's
go
not even
film the
just that
main.
easy. It's not that easy because one, well, eh, it's you got to get somebody up there that somewhat knows what they're doing. I get it. I get it. Give somebody some money to go up there and man the camera, or
But
maybe
I'd say
get
I'd
somebody to
say
help.
like there's at least 20 people in the pits that would be good enough to film a RC car main and that would take up $100 to film all the heats.
Right, because the thing is, you just needed to move
It's
a
not
camera
more
because
difficult
Lance
than
was
that.
doing a good job. Lance is doing a good job calling the race. So
Yeah.
it was just I had zero
All you need
interest in
was a
this race.
cameraman. All you need
Right,
was a cameraman.
Right, I literally when I saw that they did not, I was like, all right, maybe they'll just have this camera, and then for the mains, for pro mains, nothing. I was just like,
Yeah.
I'm not taking away from the race. I just couldn't enjoy it because I couldn't watch it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we had this main with Cole, and nobody's got it. So it's kind of exciting. It's kind of
Yeah. The reason
disappointing on that
why
point.
I'm going, the reason why I'm going so hard at this is because, like, they had the announcer, they had the live feed going, they had the timing, they had a big race, they had big guys there, and they definitely have the profit of this race.
Yes,
So
that's
all
true.
they needed to do was find a guy who knows how to zoom in, zoom out, and follow an RC car around the track, and pay him a little bit of money to stand up there and film RC cars going around. That's
I
all
agree
you
with
needed to do.
I agree with you. I
That's
agree with
not hard, and you could probably even find someone to do it for free.
you. I
Like,
agree with you.
That's why, like, if it was, let's say, if it was they didn't have a camera at all, they didn't have access to live feed or internet at the track, and they didn't have like a good announcer or whatever, like, then I'd be like,
Maybe they
okay,
didn't have a
that's a
camera
lot
for
of things
moving
you need to
cameras.
figure out.
Maybe they didn't have a
Like,
camera for
come
moving
on,
cameras.
it's America. Someone must have a camera. Someone must have a tripod. And if you don't, like,
No, but
they
to hook
must
up
be
to,
able to
I don't.
afford
Hey,
a camera.
look. They just said they had camera issues. I'm gonna leave it at that. It was upsetting because this is a great race with a great layout, and we didn't really get to see it. We didn't, but you know what? Maybe if we had independent media there, we would have saw more coverage. Saying,
Yeah. I mean, for sure. But the thing is, like, even here in Finland, in 2 rounds of the nationals, we had it filmed with a moving camera, the race. Finnish nationals, just because a guy wanted to do it for fun. How does a race with hundreds of entries in Florida, where people come to watch it and
Georgia.
it's a huge
In
event
Georgia.
in Georgia? Okay, sorry, Georgia, and there's no filming camera. Like, come on, like, for Dave, like, he does a good job and he really seems like he wants to improve. So that's good, and I'm all for that. But, like, this is something that it's like, come on, like,
So
this should be
here's the
happening.
thing. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let. So Dave responded to me and he said they're more worried about online presence and all that type of stuff. And I'm like, well, we didn't have a moving camera, and he said, but I have Mark Santamaria, which is great. Don't get me wrong, that's all great. All that stuff's
Yeah,
great.
yeah,
Mark Santamaria hits a different genre of
yeah.
of people. So his stuff is catered to those people, which is great. But it ain't for us at the end of the day. Like, it ain't for nerds like us at the end of the day who want to geek out. But I would have just really liked to watch the fucking man.
Yeah, and the
You know
thing
what
is,
I
like,
mean?
because and the thing is, like, it's not about, like, because it's, if we were discussing, like, paying live RC to come over there with Scotty and Tyler Hertz,
Yeah, that's
it would be
different. I'm not asking for that.
that,
I
yeah,
mean, I would
exactly,
love it.
exactly.
But
Like, even that is, you could justify that idea, like, on a race this big, that can be justified, that idea.
Mhm.
But now we're talking cameraman. Can you find a cameraman?
yeah,
Like, there's a big gap between that. It's like, okay, you're trying to work on that, finding a cameraman is like giving a call to like 5 guys, and then some of those 5 must say yes,
I don't know if that was the issue or if the camera was messed up. Usually, to Dave's credit, he always has a moving camera. So
yeah
I would say that obviously I think the camera had something wrong with it. So
yeah
I'm just
but
gonna
I
leave it
mean,
at that.
the thing is, like, if they thought of the live feed as even like a top 3 priority, they would have had that sorted, but it was way down their list,
Well,
like,
all right, I'm gonna say what Dave and I commented about on for the Dawn and Quiet, but
yeah
look, I agree with you. I agree with Chris. It's unfortunate, but
yeah
it's something happened.
like,
Something happened.
no, like, I don't mean shade to throw at Dave, but it just, like,
Right, I get.
like, all of our attitudes need to change. It can't be like, well, this race doesn't have moving camera. Oh no, it should be like, why the fuck doesn't this race have a moving camera? Like, the attitude of everyone should change. Sort of like something like a moving camera and a live feed at big races like this should be the norm. Like anything less should be like, what's going on?
Well, I think it has, and that's why people, to an extent, it has become like that.
Yeah,
So
and yeah, it's going the right way.
Ryan Gibson, he asked again, how tall are you? We already went over that. I think you're 5'2", and 5'4", and JQ is 6'10". In his brain, he's 6'10". Mike Walker, he went to Wicked Weekend. They had a great time. Congratulations, Trent. Why is it okay for people that have won large events multiple times to continue to run the same class and not move up? I don't know. That's up to the race director and if there are actually rules.
I think a good rule of thumb would be you win 2 big races in the same category, you bump up. 1 is, to me, enough. But for, let's say, like a lot of people in America, I feel run like they pick a class they run for the season. That's what I feel.
I don't see why anybody just can't run open for it. Honestly, like there's such a difference between being winning open and then being like in the C main of pro at like a PMB. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't see why you can't run open continuously.
To me, I rather finish like win the C main of like a big race like DNC than win the expert class, I'd say. I'd rather race in like the pro class and race against the pros than win the expert class. But the thing is, the reason why people don't jump up because they want to be the trophy guy, they want to like be the number 1 in their thing.
I'm telling you, it's all about the trophy.
I get
man.
it, but yeah,
you say it's not, but I'm telling you, I don't know.
But if you want to improve, you definitely should always go to the pro class as soon as you can.
It happens at DNC if you win expert. If you like, you couldn't go race expert, you couldn't. But you know, if you win expert, you can't go back and race it again. You have to.
Yeah. Oh pro. No, and I'm like, but yeah, even then we were like thinking, should I run expert, should I run pro? But then we're like, okay, let's go expert.
All right, Chris. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because like even like for Europeans, it's like it's always you always run the class like
right.
It's like you have no choice.
Yeah, of course.
And the thing is, like, when you have over 200 drivers, obviously you're gonna find someone that's the same speed as you, and you have good racing with it. You don't need to have a class. You can just have the racing within like the mains.
Okay.
One issue obviously is that you have longer mains in America if you make the A main, and that's one of the reasons to not jump up a class. But that's down to the system.
All right. Jeff Keaton, why is JQ ashamed of showing off his buggy in the trophy pick? Nobody's seen that, and there's no public pictures of it.
So he had it in the other race, but I don't know. I guess he would just wanted to go home.
Oh yeah. Connie Swenson, a House of RC, Cole won Wicked Weekend. You have been waiting for a bigger win from him, but was the event stacked enough of pro drivers to count as a title? Was this a great win or just an okay win? It's a great win for Cole, but it's always going to have an asterisk because it didn't have Mayfield and those guys.
It's a great win for him, but it's not like a win-win for him. You know, it's not like one of the races that you really want to win. So it's a good one, and he should win it, and it's a good result. But it's not that yet.
See, now this is where somebody says, Paul Rodman says, if you beat Tebow or Lutz, that's a great win. Straight up too. Lutz beat Ungar in Europe. Him and Tebow are world-class competition. Not disputing that, but neither of them have won a nitro buggy race recently. So it's a difference. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's the difference between like Mayfield, where he goes on a 4-race winning streak, and a Tebow who wins 1 or 2 races a year. And there's a difference between Tessman, who dominates the worlds and wins by a lap, versus Lutz, who manages to be really fast at World Nationals or win PNB or whatever, or the XR.
There is like, a big. It's like a disconnect with regional. Sorry, with people who are like, oh, he's a professional. I'm like, really? He gets paid to do this for a living? Well, I don't know about that, but he's a pro. It's like he's sponsored. It's a big disconnect between because there's no actual line between pro and Joes. And I'm not. This is no disrespect to Lutz or Tebow. They're both extremely fast.
Oh no,
many wins. Yeah. But for this year, they've just not been in title. Tebow has to an extent.
Yeah,
but,
and the thing is like
Yeah.
it's kind of like saying like, oh, T-Boy isn't the best T-Boy this year. Like, yeah, that can happen. Like
Yeah.
it's like we're not dissing Lutz or T-Boy because they're not the like the all-time best form.
Right.
Because like this year has definitely been Mayfield's good year, and
Of
some other
course.
years have been Tessman's good year, and it's
Yeah.
like all the drivers hit their forms at different times. Some drivers have their peaks and then like they slow down or whatever happens. Some drivers like fluctuate a bit, but it's not like drivers like Lutz and Tebow this year. They're like not that level. Next year they could be.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Hyperfox 2.1. This guy's always got a question for us. I love him. Since OnlyFans is closed in shop, how am I supposed to pay for JQ's online course? Yes, JQ launched his online course this weekend. He says he can't. Dude, this sounds like JB so bad. I bet you this is JB. This just talks just like him. And he also goes with him, but he's into bikes right now. With that being said, how is Max's mom going to support him? Oh, this guy doesn't like you either. I think you guys have a great little battle going on here.
Okay.
JQ's online course, it dropped. He's going to touch a little bit on it when he comes on the rant. I think this is something new for people in RC. I've seen online courses in so many different things. So to me, it's nothing new. Shit, I get sent podcast courses all the time. You know what I mean? And seminars and all this type of stuff. Man, look, I think people gonna complain about the price, but I'll be honest, man. If they knew how much work went into just doing this, they wouldn't.
I looked at the sort of the course schedule on the website. It was pretty long. So, and it's ridiculous, like to be like, oh, this is a lot of money when it's like a lot of people pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for like tuition. And you pay $300 for your like one of your lifetime pursuits. Like RC, because for a lot of people, RC is like all of the things they do on their free time.
Yes.
They go to work and then they go to RC. And like to put $300 as an RC driver, much more fun, enjoyable, and all that. It's not a lot of money. Trust me.
It sounds like a lot of money, but there's installments, and of course, this is something new.
Yeah.
And look, one thing I'm going to say about things, right? Jake, people can have their opinions about Joseph and all this type of stuff. Joseph's been pretty good last year. He's been off Facebook. He hasn't been, it's just been strictly about. He's pissed off some people on Instagram, but it's strictly about RC. Don't worry about what he's done on Facebook and what you think about his political beliefs and all that stuff. Let's just separate all that stuff. But the guy's smart. Like he literally just launched a book this year. He launched. Let's see what JQ done. Oh, he's designed a new car and launching that with a whole new program and all that type of stuff. Getting a team around him, which isn't easy. Launched a book, like the first ever in-depth book like that we've ever seen in RC. And now he has an online course. Like, one thing I'll say about Joseph, he maybe one of those, like, jack of all trades, master of none. But when it comes to setup and doing stuff like this, he gets things done. And it's going to be good because he puts in the time and effort and all that stuff. So, and you know what, man? It costs money. Like, it costs money. And he's going to have, like, professional, like, pro drivers come on and give you a course walkthrough and all that stuff. And that costs money, too. He's got to pay those guys to do that. So don't look at it like, hey, it's just JQ doing another, like, this, whatever. This dude's putting out legitimate stuff, like legitimate YouTube videos. Some is like, no offense to you, Max, you've put out great YouTube videos, your stuff as well. But let's be honest, like JQ's first motor tuning video kind of just blew the whole thing apart. Like, took it was great. You know what I mean? This like this could help you. Like I wish I had a track. I tell you what, I wish I had a track and a place that I could race. I would do the course. You know what I mean? I would do it and see how it works for me. In fact, that's a great idea. I should do the course. Like I should do the course because we're planning on, even though I know the basics, but you know what I mean? I know most of this stuff, but I should do the course. Because the tentative plan is we're going to go to California before DNC, like a month before DNC. Yeah. We're thinking of doing he's thinking of coming here for Christmas, and then we might go Puerto Rico to do some testing. Like, I'm actually going to go do testing, but we're going to document all this stuff because We never done it before. We was talking about this in the last podcast, like how we went on all these awesome trips, but never really utilized social media. If we'd have known what we had known back then, now it would have been so much different. So I'm going to do the course in the beginning of the year and see how it works for me. Because that was my thing. I want to take the the Mayako and then the book and then JQ's knowledge and what I've learned and everything. And then I'll put that to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And say, hey, I went and tried this and this done that. So we shall see. He said he's had a few people get it, but hey, until it starts going and people get word of mouth and see that it's a good thing, then oh man, to do what he just done is hard. Like, it's so hard. Like, I don't even think people fathom how hard it is.
No,
super
and
hard.
the thing about it is like JQ started running cars, RC cars, like 20 years ago. Like, that's 20 years of experience and like almost full time all the time, and only mostly focusing on setup and car development. Like, the amount of time and effort put into something like that, and you can get almost all of that for 300 euros or whatever. Like, it's actually like pretty crazy, and like an opportunity like this is rarely like presented in RC. So it's like I'm not going to be attending the course, obviously, because I'm the master now.
Yes.
Like, yeah, but but like, it's definitely like, people always think like, oh, I don't want to pay for a book, or I don't want to pay for a course. But like, if you really care about RC, you put a lot of time into it, and you really want to get better, and you really want to put effort into it, like, why not?
Yeah, but shouldn't you be doing everything to get better? If that's your goal, you know, even if you don't want to be a professional, but you just want to be a better racer.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting to see. I'm gonna do it. The thing is, should I do it? Like, cause like I'm a guy that used to race this, wants to come back racing, so I wonder where I can fall in place in the course. I'm gonna ask Joseph about that. We'll ask him about that when we have him on the rant. You know what, Max? I think that's all the questions that we have. We've been going on for a long time. We have one more segment to go. Then I go into my interview with Pawel, and then we bring on Joseph. But thank you to everybody that sent in questions. Thank you to Beach RC for the support of the Beach RC Bench Racing Q&A. We enjoy answering you guys' questions. Keep them coming. We usually post these on Monday, so be on the lookout for them on Instagram or Facebook for these questions. Thank you, Max, for answering them. And you know what? We're going to go on to the Sun City RC Raceway, Down and Quiet, which happens to do with this race that happened at the Wicked Weekend this past weekend. And we're going on to that.
Sun City RC Raceway, the home of El Paso's world-famous motocross-inspired 8-scale off-road track. The Showers family has over 20 years experience creating one of the premier tracks in the USA. Their world-class facility has everything: handicap accessibility, covered beds, skate starts, space for parking RVs, trailers, and lights for night racing. Follow SCRC on Facebook under Sun City RC Raceway for updates, upcoming races, or host your own race.
Yes, thank you to Joey Showers, Corbin, and Christian for their support of the podcast. We greatly appreciate it. Sun City RC Raceway in El Paso, Texas. Everybody, actually, part of the tracks in El Paso, Texas, and the other parts in New Mexico. I don't know how that works, but yeah, it does.
It's on the line.
Yeah, literally on the line of New Mexico and Texas. Check them out. Like 1 minute you can be in New Mexico, and then 2 steps later you're in Texas. So 2 different sets of laws. Check them out. Great racing family. Been great supporters of the podcast. If you're in the El Paso area, please go check them out. They have the U.S. Open coming up here in October. A great race put on by Tim Lime with $5,000 on the line. All right, Max. So it's going to be a quick one this week. Hold on. Did you hear that?
No.
Okay. So we had the Wicked Weekend in Gainesville, Georgia this weekend. Salty Joe went. He had a blast. A couple of other guys that I know went, the walkers and whatnot. So everybody that I know went to this, and this video came out of this. I know we said we didn't get to see much videos. Let me just make sure I got the right video here. But this video was put up on Sunday. It's
11 million.
11 million views. It was put up Sunday afternoon. This is from Moto X Compound. So let's watch it. Let me turn it down a little bit. And then it's just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Incredible. 1 minute. Did I make it too small? Okay, sorry. Let me make it bigger. Let me rewind. All right.
It's a bit weird. Like some videos just go viral for almost no reason.
This is probably the best video I've seen of this actual race, to be honest.
Oh
of
yeah,
the JQ
like
Pits.
J Concept has a few videos, but I mean that was about it.
But they just kind of do videos of their guys.
Ooh.
So, anywho, that was probably the best video we had of Wicked Weekend. So a little backstory on this. Kyle Neary, he's like the redheaded dude. He's hanging out with with Cole. He's from Georgia too. He's really into RC. He used to work with DJs, like famous DJs like Marshmallow and all that stuff, like go on tour with him and all that there. And then he was a motocross guy, so he's familiar with all this type of stuff. And he's been doing his own unique type of RC videos with Cole, like, you know, like making, like, he's built Cole into the people's champion, pretty much, helped build him. This dude also just had Anthony Westergaard put in a badass backyard track at his house too, by the way. That's how deep this guy's into RC. So apparently this was filmed by Mike Walker, not Mike Walker. You know what? I probably should have got the name right too. But it's in her. Anywho, Mike or Matt Walker. Probably Matt Walker, I believe, because I get it confused with Mike Walker. But apparently this guy used to race motocross, supercross, deeply involved in motocross, has a training academy. Just Kyle goes with his daughter. So I believe. So this is his father-in-law or future father-in-law. So, you know, they're close. The first time ever coming to an RC race, takes this video, 11 million people on it. People like, you know, like, oh, like freaking out over it. People, look, I didn't even know they did this. Just like we say every week, people don't even know what we do. Don't even know what we do, but just little video. And this isn't a ginormous Facebook group. 26,000 likes. You know, that's big, but not like ginormous in the big scheme of things. And look how viral this went. I hope we get some people into RC through this. But we need more than this, but it's so great how this is probably, for me, even though I would have loved to be at this race and I would have loved to enjoy it and I would have loved to have been there, I think this is probably the best thing to come out of this race. The exposure that we got.
Yeah.
You know, it actually looks like we know what the fuck we're doing, like, to be honest.
Yeah.
Looks like we're actually professional RC, like a professional group of people, but needed to know, like.
Yeah. A bit ironic that the most exposure comes from the race, that there's no, like, video cameras or live RC or anything.
But I just think it's great, and who knows where this can go? Like, who knows where this can lead to, or who gets into RC because of this, or who is exposed to RC? All it takes is something small like this. This guy might get into RC now, like, and be into it, and all into it, and next thing you know, he's helping promote it. Like, a lot of good things can happen of this. Yes, it's great. We had this great race that they could go to and they can see it. My point is, we need to manufacture more of these opportunities and not rely on dumb luck and hope that it happens.
Yeah, exactly. Like now it's pure chance that we have this viral success. Like this should happen almost every race weekend we have. And by doing it, making it happen, not by chance.
Yeah, I just think it's great, man. So this posted up. It's you see how many shares it's got. It's got like
and
then he did one with Little Bump. I believe.
Even that got a lot of views.
Yeah, that got 280 shares and all this stuff. So our sport can be now. So this started an argument. So not an argument, but a debate. I want to say a debate. So, Dave came on the post that I posted this on, and I asked him. I said it's great, like that this guy was there and he was able to do this. But have you ever thought about how we can promote to spectators and get behinds in these seats? And I get at the end of the day, look, it's not Dave's job to put spectators in the seats. It's his job. I understand this. It's his job to put on a race for the races that are paying for it. That's his main concern, right?
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that. I would just like to see if we could just I always say it, but I'm going to say it again. Work together with the manufacturers. You got all these pro guys coming there. Let's figure out a way to get some asses in their seats and get this in front of more people. Because you can see, I'm sure there's people that ain't doing nothing that will come and watch this. And how freaking awesome would it be as a driver to go up there and see all these stands full of people cheering for you?
Exactly.
And it's so much that could be done. We have these races, but they have to have more. We have to utilize these pro guys. We have to have maybe get Traxxas on board or somebody on board or Tekno, have some cars that people can go bash on. Dave has all the ingredients to promote RC. He has that long jump, obviously we don't like the big, I'm not a big fan of the big entry races, but you need to have them in order for these races to happen. So it's got to make money. But if just little tweaks here and there and some radio announcements and stuff like that, you'd be surprised what you can do. And charge people to come, charge them. People will pay, charge them. Charge people $10. If you charge people, they'll think it's bigger. So
yeah, I mean, immediately you don't have to, but when it gets bigger, you can, and you can make more money even over that.
Put some value on what you do. If people say it's free, no one wants to go there. If you put $10 on it, $15, people are like, oh yeah, these guys are serious. Just my ideas, man. It's just an example of what somebody that didn't know anything about RC, who has some sort of influence in another full-scale industry, can do when they discover that we actually freaking well race these cars. Let's stop being nerds in the field or nerds under a roof. In this case, let's be proud of what we do. Let's stop saying we race these. We try to downplay with the toy car thing a lot, and let's be proud of what we do and show people. I know a lot of people are, and then we talk about what we do as a pastime, as a hobby, as a sport. Let's show people stuff like this. I think we're desperately searching for that legitimacy from the outside world. But we can't rely on these little, this might go viral. We need to manufacture these things to go viral.
Yeah, and the thing is, until the history of RC until now has just been viral moment, and after that, nothing. Manufacturers don't try to make anything of it. No one makes an effort to build something off of it. No one RCGP is the only thing in the last,
and we can't even get that to go viral. That's what aggravates me so much.
Yeah, the only thing that can make RC bigger is the one that the RC industry fights almost the most.
On a tip though, I was listening to Extra Lap podcast today, and Tony Advoca, the serpent guy from UK. He's got some good ideas. I don't want to go into too much of it because I want to save him for next week what he was talking about. But he pretty much gave JQ a lot of props and said what we need in RC is people like JQ doing things like RCGP. He goes, yes, I get it. Not a lot of people will follow him. But what he was able to do with RCGP, the whole industry should be behind. I thought that was a good comment.
Yeah, and it's not about it being JQ and having the same ideas we talk about here. It's about someone trying something new. It's that's the biggest thing. But even if RCGP sucked as a whole, which it really didn't, it was actually pretty great for its first season. Even if it sucked, it would have been a success to just do the series.
Yeah, but that's just the other thing. Dave can do an actual freaking series. He has 5 races. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he has all the ingredients. He has indoor races. So they have seats. People could come sit down. He has entrances, and we're not out in the field. He has majority of the pro drivers coming to these races. He also makes sure the pro main is at a decent time on the Sunday, so people can watch it, so we can watch it. He's into the show, making a show of things, which is great. He has like things like the long jump competition. He has these races are well attended, so people can see, oh wow, there's a lot of people here just racing as well. I want to be a part of this. He has all of that at all five of his races, I think. I just think if a little tweaks her, and you know what, Dave is one of the guys who forward, because AMS is having a whole different format, right?
Yeah,
a whole different format. He's supposed to announce that on Friday what it is, and he's gonna get flamed for that because people are flaming him already. But he has to stick to his guns.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like a lot of people, the reason why RCGP is the only change is because JQ and David are few of
I'm
the
talking
only
about Dave
people I
Lycom
know.
on this. I was talking about Dave Lycom just now.
I know. But yeah, but the one of the few reasons why RCGP did something new and why they went through with it is because Joseph and David are like the few people in the industry who aren't afraid of taking the backlash, They can take the shit on the internet. They can have it, like they can listen to their like, oh, this is bullshit, and then when people actually try it, they like it. They can get through that. But a lot of people in the industry, they don't want to try anything new because the first bad thing they hear, they just back out of it. So that's what we need. We need more people with some balls, That's really what we need. And
I agree with you.
Having a series, we've talked about this like so many times. Like everything Dave has to do is go to AE, TLR, Mugen, HB, say, hey, you guys sponsor this as a series. We pay for live RC to come. We pay for them to make some content, and in the end, Dave, let's say, like pays like $5,000 or something for it, or even $10,000 pays for it, and the manufacturers pay for some part of it. And like with that money, he already has or could have what RCGP had in America, but like could have almost like, I could say if he does it properly, he could have better coverage than RCGP had with a few, like let's say $20,000 per year or something crazy low like that, because he makes like, well, I think
I don't know how much it costs for them to rent this, but no, let's get one thing straight. They're there to make money, which is no problem. You got to make money. Renting the equipment, renting these buildings, and all this stuff is not cheap. So I don't know how much they're making at these races. Obviously, that costs a lot because you got to think of the week before. It's a week before. It's not just the race that they're there. The week before, and they're usually done by like Tuesday. They have, or by Monday morning, the track's cleared. So I don't know how much they make. I'm sure they obviously make money because they do it. And I believe that Dave and the crew of people that he has around him, they're racers too. You know what I mean? Bob is a racer, all those guys race. So I just think like, and he did say something. He goes, oh, but that model's not sustainable, like getting spectators in. I understand that. But if you charge them, it will be. Just imagine if you got 100 spectators in and charge them $10 each, that's an extra $1,000 you made. You know what I mean?
The issue with a lot of things in America is that you just milk the poor guy out. Like the RC hobbyist is like RC, what's it called? Racing Time and Entertainment or whatever it is called. Mm-hmm. What they're doing is they're taking RC drivers and then just milking all money they can out of these guys. They're not trying to take money from elsewhere. That's all they're trying to do. Milk all the little shits that RC drivers have.
Well, they're putting on a race, so people go, so they have to pay for it, obviously.
Yeah, but then when the RC drivers are getting sick of it, they stop going.
Well, this is true too, but that's where he's tried to make things different.
Exactly, and that's what we're trying to do. At the moment, the business model in America is try to get as many people tricked into coming to this event and then milk all the little money they have. That's the business model in America. The business model should be that, okay, we have manufacturers that want to sell cars. I have a business that needs to make money. I put in a race where these manufacturers can promote their cars. They pay me and they get cars sold. and I get money and I get paid. And then on top of that, we provide a race for people that's really good, enjoyable, and they have a good time. Like everyone, the business model now is like everyone tries to get their piece of the pie, but what they're trying to do is cut the slices of other people instead of like looking at, hey guys, like what if we just combine forces and do something together? And that's the issue in America and even in Europe.
I would just like to see like put some effort into getting spectators in there, man. The more people we got, the more behinds we got in that seat.
But there's I think that's like the small issues. Those are the details. But I think the biggest issue is in the fundamentals, because the business structure is purely based on the fact to get as many people there to pay their $90 of entry. You know, the business model is not making a great event.
Well,
it's not making a great show.
Right.
It's
the business model is how many entries.
People.
Yeah. When you measure the quality of your race.
Yeah, they don't like. There's no other goal than entries, and that's it. There's no other goal.
I do hate that part though. Like, oh, we had the biggest race. I get that. I get tired of that. Like, let's put a quality race on where everybody's happy. Yeah. I'm not saying that none of these guys don't do that. That's the business model. Get as many people as we can and say we had 1,000 entries because that makes us the biggest, best race. But this was a great race. It looked like a great race. It had some issues without having the camera, stuff like that. But the best thing to come out of this race, in my honest opinion, was this video and 11 million people that have clicked or watched this at some sort. Hopefully we get 10 people into RC out of that. I'm being modest with 10. I like to see 100. I like to see 1,000. I like to see 10,000. I like to see 1,000,000.
Yeah,
that's being really 1,000 people get into the industry right now would be great.
But doesn't A-Main already have like a few 100,000 YouTube subscribers and stuff?
Yeah, but that's you gotta. That's just that's not racers.
Yeah, I know, but that's like RC is like all we need to do is like get people to race.
That's a drop in the bucket compared to what the guy Kevin Talbot has and Sparks. Sparks has like 3.5 million and Kevin Talbot's almost on 1 million. You know what I mean?
What do they do?
Oh, basher stuff. Kevin Talbot does do some race stuff, and RC Sparks is the biggest. He's literally retired from doing it, like off YouTube.
Okay.
Like moved to So anyway, we went off on a tangent there. What do you guys think? What do you think about we always do that. The Moto X video, great exposure for RC. We need to try to figure out how to harness this, like and make more of it. I do agree with that. Just like we said, with Lewis Hamilton and the Afro post, what do we do with this now? What do we do with it? We need to get this. We need to talk to this guy. This guy got wowed by this. He needs to see what the rest of RC has in store. And I think being as Kyle's really into it, he will. But when it's like that person has to actually go and see what you're doing to fully understand what you are doing. That's why I always have videos on my phone. So whenever I run into a stranger and they're like, hey, what do you do? I do this. And it works great when you come through immigration and customs too, in America. And always have a video to show what you do, because trying to explain to people what you do, especially for me, because I kind of do this for a living, is very difficult. Anyway, Max, thank you for your time. I'm going to go off and do my interview with Pawel. Guys, Pawel is from Poland. He knows Max. He knows me. As I said in the beginning, he's a guy he's really doing a lot of work and stuff in Poland to get Polish RC going. He reached out to me about coming on this podcast. We had some great talks about how we think RC drivers can train to make them better racers.
Yeah, and we talk about that as well. And he's really good with that.
Once we got talking about that, that was right up my alley. So we kind of went off on a tangent on that. But it ended up being a great chat with him. His pronunciation of some words are different. So just, English is a second language, people. Thank you to Pawel for coming on. Max, we'll bring you back for the rant. Thank you to Sun City RC Raceway for supporting the podcast and bringing you the Down and Quiet. We now go on to the Tekno RC main interview with Pawel, do not ask me how to say his last name because I will butcher it completely in Polish. Pawel from Poland, and talking about Polish RC and other things. Now.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. Hashtag Tekno Takeover.
I'm really bad at checking Instagram messages. I use Instagram every day, but I never really check my DMs. So I got a DM from somebody from Poland, and I was like, I don't know who this person is because they didn't have no profile pictures or anything. And I was like, is this a troll? Is this what? So I did talk to him for a little while. He was telling me about racing in Poland and whatnot. And we finally, this was like a few months ago. And I'm just so bad at checking my Instagram DMs. I'm getting better now. And then even to get us to this point, it took us about a month because we missed each other. And I'm not even going to try and pronounce his name. He said to just call him Paul. But I think it's Pawel.
Yeah, that's Pawel.
But welcome, man. Thank you for finally getting on the podcast. You've been talking to Max. You've been talking to a lot of people that I know. So welcome. You finally got it done. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you very much. It's actually a big pleasure to join that famous podcast, for me.
Not that famous.
Okay, so middle famous, let's say.
Yeah, a little bit. Right. You showed me some pictures from your latest 8-scale track because we were supposed to record, and he's like, I'm going to the track now. And I was like, well, go enjoy the track. Beautiful facility. You've been sending me some pictures of what you do for real life with artwork and all that type of stuff too. So that's great. Tell everybody where you are, where you're located, and how long you've been involved in RC, Paul.
All right. Hello, everyone. One more time, thank you very much, and then I can join that podcast. So I'm Paul. Let's say that in Polish it's called Pawel. And for the living, because maybe that's interesting, I do the airbrush and graffiti, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm doing that in more than 20 years, and this is my living way. And on the hobby, I put lots of energy up there. So also it's that big, but it's not my regular work. Mm-hmm. I try to promote, and I try to give my heart to the Polish RC. And one of the first points, maybe my first car I got 10 years ago, mm-hmm. Almost 12, and I got 39 years old. So like you see, it's a not good age to start.
But, so you're in your late 20s.
Yeah, something like that. So
how did that happen? How did you discover RC though?
I think every young boy has some mm-hmm. toy with the radio control, but I was, the Poland pure family and so on. So there was not so much, purity to buy the RC car when I was, for example, 10 years old. Mm-hmm. But then I was live like 5 years in Denmark, and then I got my first RC car from my manager from the airbrush, and I just get the radio control car, of course, the 110 Nitro car, the rally car, or something like this, or a Thunder Tiger 1.8 buggy.
A basher car.
Yeah, more basher than the race car, but I like to, do the screws, and you like to you
tinker. You like to mechanic.
Yeah, and of course I didn't have like a table, so I sitting like 1 year on the floor when I go back from home, and I just prepare the cars, and yeah, that was that start from, and after that, like close to 2010 or 2011, I was returned to Poland. And then I see some there in Poland. It's actually not bad community about this about the RC cars, but the big boom of the RC cars was let's be honest, before 2008. And when was 2008 was like a world crash and
Yes.
all this stuff. So also like 1 year later, or maybe two years later, this came to Poland, and there was actually really big down. And after that, I just
Take a
go more
break.
in and take a break. And I still was curious about this racing. So I watched some of the movie and I tried to find out what is going to be best. And also there was almost one season on the, of course, we on the country when it's a little bit cold, let's say. And in Poland, it's a more carpet racing instead of the 1/8 racing, but because the weather and you know, the carpet racing in indoor racing, you have 100% and it's going to happen, and you can let's say invest more because you have a more sure income back.
Right. I agree. It's like my friends, they prefer from Bermuda. They prefer to go to indoor races, big indoor races, because they know they'll have a race, you know, no matter what. So you're doing, you're when you got involved in actual racing, it was with carpet Astro 10 scale.
Yeah, actually carpet, but
Right.
there was the let's say there was that way, and I just figured it out, and I have I don't know how to call that, talent, maybe something like this, like a talent to talk with one person, the other person figure it out how to find the right not right carpet, but just carpet. And actually, when that I still don't have so much from Mercy, of course, it's Combi. But when I start to my first race, I have absolutely zero. And I call to one friend, another friend. They have some carpet, then I have some old carpet, some fence. We just build the jumps like a whole season. Every time we build the jumps from old wood plates, but there was still something in the people like it very much. And the point when I, drawing and I do the, graffiti, so I use more imagination. That's why my style of the track the people really like it. The track what I send you, I also designed this track. And I helped the.
I should have had this stuff all up here, but he had like a 3D printed track, then he showed me the real version of it. Not a 3D printed, sorry, a 3D version of the track that you rendered. And then that's when we got into the conversation about your airbrushing. And I think, what did you send me the other day? Somebody from was it the canoe team? What was it? You sent me. Yeah, a canoe, an American canoe.
Yeah,
the lady who won the American canoe. You airbrushed that or had that airbrushed for her or something, I believe. That's cool as fuck,
Yeah, I, my profession from the last 5 years, I just do the. I working in the worldwide factory who's making the Olympic canoe. So all this sports guy for all over the world, like Australia, US, right now the Navy Harrison, 19 years old, she did the gold medal in Olympic. When I told you that, I got this. When I say that, I already have that. So she make the history moment of the canoe, US canoe.
Canoes, everybody. He's saying canoes, not
canoes.
canoa.
Yeah, so you do like that.
Yeah.
So she make absolutely some history, and and
you had a little part, a little piece of you is on that, you know what I mean? That's awesome.
Exactly. So
you've kind of brought that into RC, that artistic flow with your tracks. I know you helped build what's that big indoor track race that they have in the that's your dog drinking water in it.
Oh yes, yeah.
Sounds just like I know. Sounds just like my dog. So the track that they have in the arena that I saw Arlowski do, you're involved with that as too, right? Like in the you designed that.
I designed the track. I talked with the boss of the place, and my city actually like our activity, and they help us to get this place. And actually, we try to, you have 3,000 square meters floor. I don't know how many it's inches, but it's
it's a big area. It's like what did they use that stadium for actually? Probably
there is
basketball,
big
sports.
concerts,
Yeah.
basketball, big concerts, lots of stuff what you can use, and I think there's going about 20,000 people can go in
Wow.
or something like this. It's
Yeah.
really, it's one of the biggest building in the city. It's a third or second in whole Poland, and I have this for our RC using for like a 4 or 5 days, because 2 days we built everything, and then Friday practice, Saturday and Sunday, and everything what we do a little bit under the city name, so everybody coming to our city and don't have to use another one. And also the big roads, the highway are crossing in next to my city,
So it's like perfect. It's in a perfect spot.
Yes, it's we almost in middle in Poland. So let's say before this pandemic and so on, we can easily call our city like a capital of carpets in Poland. And also I inspired about, of course, the EOS was my inspiration on the carpet racing, and we try to catch their level, and all possibility what we have to do that. We actually
I think you matched it.
Some of the point we cross over.
Yeah,
really,
matched it even better because it's so. I mean, I think everybody's have to have seen video from this track, because I have. And then when you showed it to me, it's like, oh, I know that. Like, I've seen that before. It's like in a stadium. It's a carpet track. I think Orlovsky's been there.
Yeah.
It's like a badass. Like, it's a badass track. Like, we're not talking about some little rinky-dink stuff.
We called there is maybe not exactly, but close to 1 kilometer, 1 square meters, 1,000 square meters. It's a 900 between 900 and 1,000 square meters. The track, the maximum, of course. In the podcast like this, it's nice to talk about the big numbers and big everything, and later on, of course, we talk about the failures, because that's one of the part. But the maximum entries how we get on our race in this arena, there was over 300 cars we have on the place.
That's good.
There was. We came up with on-road, we came up with the off-road, we came up with the 2 track of drift cars. And one track of the junior track. So when you come to RC shop, you can rent the small car, and your kid can try. So lots of people from in the city, they come in, and he can see what's happened up there, and that's the point to find the new customers, new club members, and new RC users, and promoting RC stuff.
So I didn't realize that you had more than one track there at this race. So you have, how does it work? Do you have multiple tracks, or are you doing different events or everything at one time?
And I think this what you see, there was one track, and after when it was pandemic and stuff like this, we need to cut out everything and separate, and in the beginning of, I think, let's say February, it's a month number 2, on this year. Yeah, that's called that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Second month.
February. In February, we was only one who's did the racing. All Europe was closed, and I did on this place 900 square meters track with the live streaming and with the 100 some entries. So
that's good.
There was nobody in Europe, because we checked the MyRCM, and it was nobody racing. Maybe some practice. There was nobody official racing, and we did the second round of the nationals. So was so much, maybe not desperate, but we find a way how to make the race. Because there was actually, of course, when you check all the security and healthy stuff, there was one point, but the other point, we just find how to make it on the right things on the lore. So we do some tricky, but we can happen. And
you got to do some tricky. Yeah. How long have you been doing this race?
In this arena, it's gonna be our 3rd season. In our city, I think doing that in maybe 6 years or close to 7. I think it's something like that. And And usually our activity was in carpet. And summer we have, like a more relaxed. And we travel to, because in my city we didn't have, from the last 3 years, we didn't have the working well outdoor racing track.
Mm-hmm.
So we just travel a lot to our friend's track. We help him, with the interviews, I was one of the first who start walking around and do the pit walks, because I also
I was watching. I didn't understand them, but I was watching them.
And I was inspired with RC Racing TV doing that with some years ago, and I say, hey, why we cannot do that in Poland? Mm-hmm. And then I start doing like a Saturday I do the English pit walk, and Sunday I do the Polish pit walk just after finals, and then everybody was happy. And then after that, of course, everything can change. Every year, it's something change. So this 300 cars, what we talk in this big arena, we built like a 600 square meters off-road track. In the middle was all the driftings and activity with the RC shops and stuff like that. And on the other side of the place was on-road track. There was Jan Ratajski also. Everything was under the X-Ray Racing series. So there was like 2019 was like a gold age of the RC up there.
Right. Then we got hit with COVID.
Yeah.
So what type was you getting? Normal, like people were people coming that were non-RC people coming in and checking? I mean, because you had on-road, you had off-road, you had drifting. All this, something's got to catch somebody's attention. Mm-hmm. So did that help grow it? Any like, did you come in there and get any? Because I believe you need to get spectators into these.
No, they work a lot. The activity.
So did you get spectators in there and people? Now, did you have areas that the spectators could go and get information and find out about this and all that type of stuff? Like, not just having it, like you got to make it so people can ask questions and get them answered. I think it helps. I think just showing people what we do helps, and being friendly and talking to people and introducing what we do is great, especially if you get spectators in there. So I'm sure you got some foot traffic through there in that week. Was it like a weekend race that you had that for one weekend?
There was like 3 days.
The actual
Friday,
race,
yeah. Fridays. Of course, the point is, I'm the. Me and of course my team. I cannot just be like myself.
Right.
So absolutely, I got the also gold team, and of course after a year the guys was a little bit growing because so everybody now have some his stuff, and you need. I will come back to your questions because to make it everything right and correctly, we need to know the basics. So when you build something like this, you have the crew, and when it's all your hobby and the crew is young, then he gives lots of energy up over there, because also they, for example, they go to school and they not need to work and sleep in the family house, let's say.
Right.
So after that, of course, when all our crew are growing, they, of course, some of they go out because they need to go to work, and some life, life.
Real life happens.
Yeah, exactly. So and of course, I'm the oldest, so I have also my regular work, and everything on this gold age, 2019, 2020, we built lots of new people when they come from the city. Also, the city promote, not so much, but they promote this event. So the people can go in, he can see, for example, the RC shop. Next to RC shop, it's a small track with the radio control the cars.
Perfect.
They pay for sure like a small $1
Right.
or $3 or something, and have like 20 minutes with the radio control cars. They see his car, they see what he can buy, and they see what the car can do. And also, if they interested a little bit more, then also he can meet over there like Orlowski or many other stars, like Daniel Kobevic. There was Jan Ratajski. We got Malin Carlsen also was visit us someday. So I think Without EOS in ETS, who's happened in Poland, there was other organizer. Hi, Mr. Nico. Then I think I was one who's bring the most guy outside the country and bring to Poland to race, because our stars, like we have Orlowski. Behind Orlowski, it's already Bartek Zaleski. They supporting by X-Ray. It's a 13 years old. Already with this, it's Bartek Zambrzycki. They driving a lot together with Orlowski. We have Iwo Czarnecki. We have lots of smaller stars, but if we give him right facility, good drivers, top drivers, then came to him and say, hey, change this. So I always sit Mr. Zaleski and somebody like this. Jon Neumann was visit our race.
Nice.
So when I bring the stars to our race, I always give, sit him next to Zaleski or, this young talent, because I'm the older guy and I can get some knowledge from him, but they can use it. And, so Rafał sit all weekend with, I don't know,
they learn a lot.
Somebody like these big stars. And that's why I'm put a lots of, let's say,
attention to the younger,
to the youngers, and now they pay off because I see how they growing, because the of course the father, it's a motor of this, but they appreciate that. So I see the results and so on, and let's say then so maybe last 2 years, this COVID, they cut lots of stuff, and we cannot expand so much with this carpet racing. So we need to a little bit cut everything, but still we have 900 square meters place, 900 square meters track, and then we start to take care about the 1.8, and after this we just built. It's a third year when we have the hobby track in Poland, and we start to take caring about it, because all our attention was on the nationals and not the, I don't know, top 20 guys, But after this top 20, you have maybe 60 or 50 more people, and actually that's it. Actually, this year was almost first time in the maybe past 10 years when one of the club there was crossing 100 entries in 1.8.
Really?
So before now it's a final of nationals. I missed that, and I'm sorry, my team. I need to. That's also not nice place to say that. I'm big sorry to my team that now I'm working with Associated, and then I cannot come to nationals final. I have a work,
that track
and
that
I need
you
to
showed
working
me a
all
picture
weekend.
of that you was at was really nice. It was badass. So you guys got a nice tractor. I just wanted to rewind it a bit. You said the government helped you promote this. How did they actually do that?
How the government they promoting? They maybe not exactly government, but I see the government start to put attention on the RC and how the RC can help with the young people, for example, to get some help to get the concentration. The RC help the young, also old, but mostly the young people, get him out for the computer. There is
some mechanical skills, discipline, stuff like that.
Electronic stuff, basic electronic stuff. So lots of that point. If sometimes I talk with directors of the big building, not big buildings, but
I get what you mean, like ministers and all stuff. Like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the government is seeing that RC is a positive thing, and we're going to talk about that. Some projects that you said they're doing, but it's great to see. I forgot that EOS and ETS were even in Poland at the same time, that they had Rons there. So that's great too. Obviously, it's 10 scale predominant there. I mean, you got Orlowski, that's what he was predominant on. He's now into 8 scale. So I think that also influences more people to go be racing 8 scale as well. So that's great because on this podcast, Nitro is the glory. You have you have young drivers coming up there younger than him, which is great because that's how you keep the hobby fresh and future. So it's not just Mikkel who's going to be from Poland. It's probably in 5 years' time or earlier.
There is 3 more guys next to him.
Right?
There's not just one. And this what I count. It's we have maybe, I don't know, let's say we have about 10,000 users of RC cars in Poland. This is
everything,
I don't have
bashing,
any list.
everything.
Yeah, all the users. Compare 10,000 and it's a one world champion. We need more. We need like a 20,000 and maybe 2 European champions.
We need about 1 million people to buy RC cars, but 1,000 people buy it. Well, getting into racing, there's a lot of people that bash, but getting people into racing. You had an academy last year or year before when you was running X-Ray. Tell us about that. You had Marco, the madman Marco Barufalo, who's another favorite racer of mine. He came and spent 6 days or a week with you guys, and you did theory, like setup theory and all that type of stuff. Also then practical on the track. And then you had a race on the weekend. Tell us about that, because I know you want to do that again, or was it if you did that once, or are you doing it every year? I know COVID's messing up a lot of things, but talk about that, because I think that's great. And I think we're going to start seeing more things like that in RC happening soon.
Yeah, I sometimes I catch also JQ, because this year I also write him, hey JQ, come on to Poland. We will do the academy and you're gonna be a star. So that will be super nice, but of course next year. The academy running like this year we need to cancel because the COVID, because lots of work, and I don't want to do like a halfway, and the Max, that's a great guy really, and I don't want to advise him to Poland and something will be not ready enough,
right.
And then we don't have so much reputation about. So better is to skip this and move to another year. But this the last year, the idea came up with the with the X-Ray, and I just say to Matus from the racing manager of the drivers contact. I say, hey, come on, let's do the camp when you can wake up, you can do the racing from the morning to the evening, and you can spend some nice time. And then Baruflo was say, okay, I can come in. So in the morning we have like table workshap.
Theory.
Let's say theory, do the differentials, shock oils, and so on. And after that we go and we have like a 1 or 2 hours, because it was not so big group, of course. And then we do some kind of there was like a nitro class one night. There was electric class, and you can also try to drive Marco Barufalo car. He can drive your car, and he, you stay next to Marco and you ask him what you do wrong, and then you actually recognize that you do all wrong.
Right.
No, but then you can touch yourself his car, and you can find your issue. And after we have the dinner, like normal program, and after the dinner we have every day we have 2 qualification, and from every day we get the papers, and we collect to a Friday. The Friday there was last day, and Saturday and Sunday was the racing. So also other people came and drive together with the with the camp entries. So then you can see like almost every day you can get some like 0.2, 0.3. half a second. The youngest, especially the youngest driver, you can see like 1.5 seconds between the Monday and Friday. So there was the really nice things what you can see.
Did people have to pay for this, or was this free?
No, they need to pay because of course
Yeah,
we need to pay for the track and
but I think it's worth it. I think
come on.
Funny thing is, Joseph and I have been talking about something similar like this as well for the last 6 months. I think his online course, he just launched an online course.
I'm gonna join in this course. I already talked to JQ about that.
So I love this idea. I know Joseph has been doing he's done clinics. Adam Drake, every driver does clinics. Jared Tebow was doing something very similar to this. It was like you paid money, but you got like a shirt, you got tires, and it was like a 3-day course where you actually did theory and then practice. But what you guys are doing was that's really good, really great too. And I think I think people will pay for that personal, it doesn't have to be 50 people attending. It just needs to be 10, maybe 20. Keep it small so you can pay attention to everybody.
Exactly.
And give people that personal touch. Sometimes less is better. It's kind of like my pet peeve of racing. I say, hey, charge more, less people, give people more runtime, more quality time, and people will like it better. So to say all of that, I think it's great. And 6 days of that, and then you can see where people progress, each day. Lap times don't lie.
Exactly. The 3 days, I think this is usually the Sunday. It's the day when you have for me, the Sunday, it's when you warm up. And when you warm up and you're ready, just after final, 45 minutes main final, and you're ready, your mind and focus, then you pack and go home. But that was just Wednesday, and you wake up on Thursday,
you got to do it again,
and repeat the same,
Yeah.
And Friday you repeat the same, and you still have 2 days and another final. That's
a lot of RC.
This what you make you focus. I also maybe it's a really good place to say that because I working in the Olympic sport company. I have a touch with the trainer of the nationals, canoe sport. But this is topic sport, this
right, top level canoeing.
The lots of all the knowledge up there. And let's say you have a 10 or 20 or 15 guys in the main, and everybody are full sponsor, and everybody have almost the same equipment and a full-time job with the radio control car driver. And when you can find because I have almost the same way of the thinking like a JQ, but the JQ just doing this, like a worldwide, and I do it just more to Poland. And first of all, I discussed with this about 2 hours with Michael Orlowski. Michael Orlowski, before the world champions, they go to, they not go to exercises like a gym or something. They go to psychology, mental coach, or that way. They need to go to play piano, learn him how to breathe before the finals and something like that. This is some small things. I say that to Martin Bayer, but they was laugh with that. Really, they was laugh with this.
I'm not laughing with you. I agree with you 100%. I just had this conversation yesterday.
And this is just began because I already find, maybe not, we didn't practice this, but there was a nice conversation with Michael, and the basic was with the trainer of the Olympic canoe team in Poland. So I get the basic from him. I get what you need to get your body. So all the electricity connectors in your body, they're jumping electron between that. You need to get the right water in. If you have a right water, like a Isostar or something like that, you need. So then you can more concentrate, and you can get more muscle reaction. Because how you make your better muscle memory, because the brain doesn't work when you drive. The muscle control, because it's so quick. So how to make the faster? Why somebody learn better the track like the other? Where is the talent point?
It can all be figured out. It can all be figured out and data and logged, and you can figure. I just had this conversation yesterday, and I've been talking about this for a while. Have you ever seen when they want? Do you watch Formula One?
Not
Okay.
not much, but I know what I mean.
One of the I see it. One of the I don't know which driver it is. Someone's probably gonna say it's this driver, but his guy, he has a guy like you, and before the race, like guys are suiting up, his all that stuff. They're getting ready to get in the car. His guy does this thing with tennis balls. So he holds the tennis balls like this, I think, and then he drops them, and he doesn't tell you which one you're gonna drop, and you have to catch him, and that's just before this guy goes out to race so he can focus. So what I was talking, it was funny. I was talking with this person. And he said RC is so behind the times that we haven't even gotten to that level yet. He said RC is like motocross was in the 90s. Beer drinking, no one cared. Nobody worried about getting in shape too much. And then people like Ricky Carmichael changed that. And then you had guys like now you have like professional trainers that train a group of guys and they're successful. I see that happening in RC to an extent because, all right, I'm fat, but obviously being in physical shape can help you out in any type of thing, and definitely can help you out in RC. Even though RC you can't physically train, like you can't go lift more weights and become a better RC racer, but you can mentally clear yourself, you can mentally prepare yourself, and you can do little things that build your hand-eye coordination and make you a better racer. And I don't think RC racers are out there doing that. And I think you're going to see guys like Mikhail Orlowski who takes that little bit of and says, hey, this can make me better. And then you're going to see these young guys. It's going to happen. Maybe not in this generation, but in the next. But I agree with you.
Because this, what I say was just half. We already figured it out with Michael and this with trainer how to make you better. And when you're gonna, we didn't have the exactly right time to practice because I was figured out with Michael and this with the national trainer of canoe. Then how you make the right exercises, what you need to concentrate. The full concentrate about we talk about the carpet racing because we have this can happen every day. So basically you need to facility for all that stuff. Okay, we have the carpet track in the big sports center place here in my city, just like a 4 miles from my home, and behind the wall we have all the sports center place, badminton, tennis, basketball. We just rent one room from that. So how you make your RC better instead of this exercises stuff and so on. So we figure it out like this. You can run like a 6 minutes or 7 minutes in one battery in 110 cars, for example. And usually you have 2 cars and mechanic. We call about the whole team like a father working with the son. So you go and you race like 7 minutes, fully concentrate, not the full speed and so on, but the really carry on what you do. Not super fast time, but you really carry on and focus what you do on the track. You go, you do like 7 minutes, but how you make it more focus? You finish 7 minutes, and what you're gonna do after? You need minimum 5 minutes before your car gonna be prepared by your father or something like this. Like you go 2-wheel drive, then you drop 2-wheel drive cars. You go the tennis ball, and you do like this, and you try to do, how
juggling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you do this like 10 minutes. You do like this. So you focus like 7 minutes already in the car. Then you 10 minutes focus with the with the balls, and then you get 2-wheel drive car, go on the track. You spend another 7 minutes, and you still focus about the driving.
Yeah.
You go back. No, it's not finished. You go back from the track. Yeah, you go back from the track, and you leave the car. You get this ball, and then you practice this what you already say. This is just one of the part on it. And then again, you 10 minutes practice, with the reflex, and then repeat. Go get your 2-wheel drive car. Go 7 minutes and get this, and then you can go up like a 1.5 hour. Or 1 hour concentration. And when you're going to finish that, then you have for example, and your training, it's a 1.5 hour, no more. And then you can go behind the wall if you have we have the sports center. When you have when you go to behind the wall, and you can go and play badminton, ping pong, or squash, or then also told me some
like a handball.
like a handball, some movements. Then all your body are moving, but you need your we need your reflex, like catching the ball or something like this. And then for example, and when you catch this, you have 2 hours, for example, really concentrate practice. That's it. Go home, get the relax, and that's it. This is I think this is really topic. This how I figure it out with Michael and this the Olympic trainer. And I don't. You think that's can happen?
I think
not tomorrow, but on the future.
I think man, I think RC as a professional is no different from any other professional sport out there. And I just, it's so crazy. And I didn't know our conversation was going to go this way, but I just had this conversation yesterday because I've been asking for a long time, what can RC drivers do physically, but not just physically, off the track to get them. But what you just said, like keeping that concentration level, that focus level right there. And when you play ping pong, squash, or anything like that, it's an activity where you're focusing on hitting something small. Mm-hmm. So, and you're using your whole body. Yeah. You're using your whole body, every part of your body. So I can see why that helps too. Because I used to play ping pong. I love it. I am 100% on with this because I think this is what, if I was a young driver right now, I would, and these guys say that eat, sleep, and shit in RC. I don't think they are because they ain't doing this part. They may go mountain biking or something like that. They could be in shape. But to actually train your brain, your body, everything to be more focused.
Better in RC.
Yeah, and not just better in RC, but better in everything. But it will work for RC. It's funny you say that because I knew a guy who was making some glasses. So these glasses, they had different things like you wore them, and they just made your eyes react to something like this. It's just we just haven't tapped into it because RC isn't big enough, and people are still living in this, and RC is just starting to catch up, to the rest of the world. So I think that's fucking awesome. So you got that? You came up with all that from talking to an Olympic specialist in canoeing, because it's nothing to do with RC at all. Much more physical, everything, but still some of the same aspects can be applied to RC. So I'm all for that. I believe it's the future, and the first person to figure this out, every single RC driver out there is gonna want it.
Yes,
I know.
I was also thinking about it. If I will, I got some friends who study in medicine school and something like that. Because you can also make this like experiment. You know what I mean? Then you have
like to see if it really works.
You have let's say the students doctors who can join into this experiment and say how the RC and how the other activity helping to RC and concentration. There is already some knowledge and books about that, but not exactly to RC. And then this is one point. This is the topic point, and this maybe happen in this year because we are end of summer. We prepare to carpet racing soon, like 1.5 months. We're gonna start the carpet racing. They're already starting next week, but not in my city, just another one. But still can happen this year. But for example, right now and on this moment, I not figure it out, but I think I need to go back and
I think you need to do this with Michael. You need to do it with him.
Then they live in Warsaw. I live in Łódź. There it's like a 1.5 hour on the highway. Of course, I'm working in Warsaw. So
I'll be at a race one day. I think Pawel, Paul, I don't think you're crazy. I 100% agree with you on this. So you didn't have to sell it on to me, but I think it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen because that's the next step of evolution in RC.
This is next step, but then you need to get, let's say you need to, let's call that, you need to go down to the absolutely beginners and teach him from the bottom, because you cannot change so much in the older guys and the older RC hobby drivers. They can accept this, but you cannot change this person so much. Only what you can do, you need to, you know, let's say I'm the top 5 last year and top 3 last year in the 1.8 electric in Poland. You know, I'm not super good driver, and also my all knowledge and setup stuff. That's why I want to join to JQ course to be smarter. You know, it's like a high school and a little bit up. That's my knowledge. I'm not the doctor.
Same here.
If you want,
me neither.
Yeah. So,
but you ain't dumb. Enough. You ain't dumb because I believe that works too. And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because finally I have somebody on her that is thinking that same way. Like, I've said this for a few years, and I'm like, you're crazy. And I just had this conversation with Joseph. Actually, I just had this conversation with Joseph yesterday. Right,
because I have the same way of the thinking with Joseph. Exactly. The difference is he's a worldwide. I'm the Polish guy and concentrate more to Polish. But you know, personally, JQ, I think it's a little bit, you know, like everybody think about him. You know, it's a little bit like a, let's say, asshole. But
yeah, he is.
Of course,
he is an asshole.
Yeah, it is. But I can pay all my money to his knowledge, because I know what they do. I know what he want to change in the RC, and I know what he want to bring up the RC up. It's not just I just do the race and do the race and do the race. People pay me entry and I do the race. This is not the way. So I think in Poland we don't have so much that good driver. They already know there it is, but we want to take all the beginners and teach him from the bottoms what to
teach them right.
That's why. Yeah, teach him right way, to find the right way to do that. But if the RC they grow more, and the fathers and the mother can see, then this young boy in the future can have a money to live from the RC. This gonna be reason. Yeah, this gonna be reason to push him more into this instead of other things maybe whose they don't like.
Well, we should also strive to use RC to make these young racers better people too. You know what I mean? And I know I'm fat and I'm out of shape, but I definitely believe being in shape and being fit and being able to focus, like if you can teach a young racer how to focus to do an RC car and do that program, that kid will be able to focus on anything that comes at him in life from a young age. You know what I mean? So not only is it teaching you to be a better RC driver, it's teaching you how to deal with things in life. And I think we all, as older RC guys, we're responsible for that too. So, man, I think if I'm a father, well, I am a father. If I'm a father with an RC kid, I'm starting to do this stuff now. You know what I mean? Just to help develop my kids. So great idea, man. I love that. I'm glad somebody else said it besides me. So you was telling me, like, Poland is starting to like RC. You said there's possibly some big like RC complexes being built that have some government influence in them. And like the governments, I knew we touched on it, but they're starting to take notice. Also, like what you said, parents need to see that kids can make a future of this somewhat and whatnot as well. Tell us a bit about that, like how the future of RC in Poland, it seems to be catching on. If you got like, you know, if you're going to have complexes be made, we're not talking about like little small complexes. You said like $1 million complexes, expensive complexes. What's that all from? Is the government just seeing that, hey, this is something that we can get behind? Or, yeah, like, I guess they need something. Yeah. It can't always just be the regular sports. It has to be something else, isn't it?
Yeah, about the government, it's every city have some kind of program. Then you know, the people can vote on the project, and the project can happen in let's say a year after. So with one program like this was close to Warsaw. It's called Piaseczno. Then already have the track, and the small city the people from small city have a bigger chance to build the track from this
because it's cheaper.
And not cheaper, but it's a less activity and other projects going into so the people can vote about this RC track.
Got you.
Yeah, and one place they win, and I don't want to say not true exactly, but I think this is over 1 million zloty. I don't know how many it's dollars.
Right.
I think,
but it's a good bit of money to build an RC facility.
Yeah, it's for sure. It's a quarter or half a million dollars.
That's
enough. That's one. Yeah, that's one point. We have also other side of the capital when the Michael Orlowski they practice in the carpet things. There is a Titan Arena. There was also built like a 1.5 year just before pandemic, and the guy was open and the pandemic came. That was fucked up. That was really fucked up. But they survive. They live right now. They struggle, of course, when it's summer because no one to sit in the carpet place when it's warm. But they still find the way. And next week there is a racing up there. The first, one of the first in this season. And then another project, even bigger. Like outdoor racing, they happen in Poznań, in the other side of the country, let's say, but still in the middle. You have airports there also. They happen in the big race place, normal one scale car, normal car.
Oh, that's great.
Racing place.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and next this, there is actually, I'm watching and I'm curious what's gonna happen up there, but and I cannot counting how much the money is, but the project, what I see, and I know how much it is, So this is gonna be super big, and this gonna be they advertising like this. They put the commercial like this. This is gonna be one of the biggest complex in Europe. So we're gonna see that they working every day, and they start looking. I think fine. I see some 3D projects. It's gonna be actually almost every activity of the RC, the drift, the AstroTurf 110, 1.8. They ride a couple of times, a couple of weeks ago. Then the Dirt gonna design or gonna come up and build the main track. I don't think this year, maybe next year. But this information, what I told you here. It's just from Facebook, from this page, So I don't say him any not true story. I just read from that place. So this is another point, So the people from that area can have absolutely the great facility to practice and and do RC. That's gonna be a freestyle, like a skate park for RC cars, for monster track, when the big jumps,
that's gonna be so awesome.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. And the commercial of this, it's one of the biggest in the world.
What's that?
The freestyle park.
Oh, dude.
Freestyle park in this place gonna be biggest in the world. This is the word from Facebook when I just, say, what I just see up there. So
not for RC, but for RC or for freestyle.
For RC cars, freestyle monster track, freestyle jumps and monster.
We had a question on not this week's podcast, but the last. I think it was week before, and a guy asked, "What about freestyle RC? Do you think it can grow RC?" And I 100% think it can. But I want to see real freestyle. I want to see you be able to drive. I don't think it's gonna be monster trucks. I think it's gonna be more a buggy. I want to see you be able to drive.
Traggy. I think Traggy will be, but yeah.
But I want to see you be able to drive up a quarter pipe, a half pipe, be able to go up, turn, and come back down the other side, and then evolve into tricks like that. And I think once we start doing things like that and 360s and pulling that and throwing things together, that will also blow up RC because people can, that's cool. Like, people like that.
Yeah,
So,
and this
like it
point,
did for motocross. For motocross, when freestyle motocross came out, I mean, look how big that got. So I'm all like you've said like things that I'm all about, like freestyle motocross, training to be a better RC driver, RC academies, governments getting involved in building complexes.
Mhm.
I would say that right now that Perlin is in a pretty good shape and state for RC,
I
where
think
it's growing.
you know, all this what I told you now, you know, I came this 2010 12, you know, I just started to do some my activity up there, you know, all this, some of there, it's basic about, this is true, I'm not gonna lie nobody, and this is really true. And if somebody, you know, from Poland, of course, gonna watch that, gonna counting on the reverse, you know, not what the future, but the reverse,
Right.
the all the basic, me and my team, we put the
Right.
ground on it,
Got
really,
you.
we put the
Put the
hard
groundwork
work on
done.
it. Yeah, put the ground. And after our work, the people can find the you know, we build the community, we bring more people in, and they start to be grow that much, then the people start to think, okay, I can invest, you know, because this is worth so we on the part who's starting that. Before us was lots of other people who did absolutely great work, but there was before. We just came, we do this wanna happen. And actually, you know, this podcast, it's you know, it means a lot to me, you know, because I don't have so much you know, place, then I can say that kind of public, you know. So I just say fully true, and I'm happy, then I can put the part on it, you know. I don't want to be the biggest one. I can be the biggest one. The bigger one, it's already start to build, you know, in the other side of the country, but I can put all lots of right things, you know. I always gonna be a, you know, half a step forward. I always gonna be there, because, you know, the way what we thinking, you know, the way what I thinking, the way what the JQ thinking, you know, it's not here, it's there. You know, it's once what's gonna happen. We need to prepare. We need to grow up the new ones and teach him how to be a better driver, and then he can beat this what is on the place right now. So
I agree with you.
We need, yeah. So that's why I just start a small workshop with the beginners and teach him how to fill up the diff oil, you know, and
Little
teach
things.
him, and yeah, exactly, and
Basics.
teach him, because they was curious. The RTR car doesn't have the oil in the diff. Yeah, they
Probably
don't.
leaked out.
No, they don't. Open up and see. So, but these people, it's really thankful after that. You know, they appreciate. They pay, of course, with some kind of one-day course like this, but they really pay off, because sometimes they say, "I spent 2 years, and you explain me all this in half an hour."
Yeah.
But so. This is our customers. This is our place up
That's
there.
the groundwork you put in.
So yeah, and also in Poland, we need to, almost every, you know, small city and bigger village and stuff like that, a place like this, they need a hobby truck, small hobby truck, who don't need to be carried so much, but you can go and you can practice your corners, your small 2 jumps, and drive. And all this year, actually, I quick with the nationals a little bit. You know, there was maybe not smart idea, but there was. I gonna quick the nationals, and I gonna concentrate about the hobby track, and go visit there. All the local drivers, make the interview with that driver, show up the tracks, and do all this. And these people are super thankful for that. And after this, we did on our my city. We don't have the national track, not yet. We did a small race on our hobby track. There was 60%. There was new people, and more than half from this the academy, small one-day academy, was more than half people from there. You know, so there was absolutely successful. There was lots of new people in there. So that's the point. Bring the new and make the RC young. when it's more younger people than older, you have the young RC community, and you can plan your future. If instead of Germany, for example, in Germany there is not so much young drivers, and like a Kilic told me, of course, I see so much, you know. Then instead of Poland, then all the the Kilic brothers just tell me that. Then hey man, you have lots of kids here, so it means the RC in Poland, it's young.
It's RC
time
period.
to invest.
It's RC period, man. We don't do enough for our youth. I'm always about the youth, but I like that idea. You're going to like the local tracks, and not everybody's like that track that you sent me a picture of the Nationals. Like if I was a beginner, that would intimidate me. It looks great. It looks like fun, but I always was a big fan of making like we had that same issue when I was in Bermuda. We had one track and everybody wanted to make it so hard. And well, like I'm like, make it easy so everybody can have fun. You know, the fast cars can be fast, but if it's easy or if it's hard. If it's easy, it's going to be better racing. But it's better for the newbies too.
This is the Marco key. This is the knowledge from the Marco from last year. I just, you know, understand this like 1 year after what the Marco told me. They told me, don't build that so much difficult track. This is good track for nationals, but this is not good track for everyday users. They go and next corner they crash the arms or they broke his car, they go somewhere else. They don't want to go back because they're not happy after the practice because they don't know how to drive so much. But if you make the easy track, or you know, you have a jump and you have a landing, you know, and before between you, it's a hole, you know. But if you make the table, if you make the tabletop,
it just it's no problem.
They can drive through on it, where they can jump on it, he can land it perfectly. So if you have three fast guys, you know, and nobody make it mistake, you have a super nice racing.
They build confidence. They build confidence, and these guys stay in RT, and then they eventually, it may take a year, but they'll be like, all right, I'm tired of this track. I'm gonna graduate to the nationals, and that's how the problem is that everybody wants to make these big badass tracks. I get that too, but it's not easy for the new person. So I understand all, man. It sounds like you're doing a good job there in Portland. I'm glad we had this conversation too, because I learned a lot about you. What's immediately next for you coming up and getting ready for 2022? Because we're now in middle of August here, so.
We just start, you know, we just start cleaning up our place for the practice, you know, like a club indoor place, and we just, you know, checking then everything is fine, the carpet are working well and so on. So this is like 1 month future for now. Of course, in next 2 weeks we're gonna just finish the summer season in our home track. So I more concentrate to regional place, like on my city, because in my city, you know, in our activity, we grow lots of young and we have lots of everyday users cars, you know, everyday, you know, like people who just have a RC car and they want to like a half an hour on the track and go back home because, or between work and home, have a car in the track.
Got you.
So we want to concentrate, you know, we start working with the whole Poland, you know, and when we help the whole Poland to grow up in his area and we show up all this, and then we go back to our city, because in one point some of people just talking, hey, you come promoting all the RC and your city doesn't have a track. Yeah, I don't have a track. My track is whole Poland. So now I go back to my place. With my team
and build that up.
Yeah, and build her up, and we're really, really happy. And we also have a good freaky guys who's just put some video every day, you know, and the promotion our hobby track, who's have I think right now have the most movie on, you know, so the one of the famous hobby track in Poland, and we promoting we you know, we show up all the users, we show up the key how to. I think we spent, I don't know, €1,500 to rebuild and make it bigger our hobby track. And you have 27 seconds. It's a super best lap of the national drivers, and the middle time it's up to 30, 31, 35. So this is really good enough track for practice and do all that stuff. And so, you know, for €1,000, you can build the hobby track without tower. We just build a hill, like a 1 meter hill. You can stay on it.
Right.
We can, so
hey man, I've been to a track and we used a mound of dirt as a driver stand. So as long as you can see, it was like a big mound of dirt. That's your driver stand.
Yeah, exactly.
But it wasn't no ground. You had to climb up there. It sounds good. It also, it's encouraging to see that 8 scales growing there. So that's always good. I know it's seasonal, so it's summer, and then wintertime you guys go back inside. But that's normal for Europe as well. Man, you're doing great things. I definitely am on your tip working with the youngsters, because I believe in the youngsters. We need more. We need to do more for them. Hopefully people that listen to this can see what you're doing. The mental game, the training, all that stuff. I agree with that 100%. And like, yeah, like the academies, all that stuff, growing small tracks, getting like we have a lot in common. I wish you all the best in Poland, because it's not easy. And I hope what you could, because it seems like RC is still, it's been there for a long time, but it's going through a metamorphosis where it's changing into something different. And you obviously are being a big help for that. Obviously having Mikhail is a big help. I see like the Kiliks are coming on to race 8 scale with you guys too. So it's definitely Polish RC is definitely on the upswing, and maybe you guys can be examples for the rest of the world of how things can be done. You got complexes being built, you got academies going on, you got smart people like you involved helping grow the industry, things like that. You do things differently and try to show the RC world that things can be different. That's what I would challenge you and Polish RC to do.
Yeah, because I need to. I think soon my battery gonna be shut down. So I want.
Yeah, well, we're almost done anyway. We're done here anyway. But
yeah,
we're gonna have you back on. I want you back on because next year sometime I want to get an update on what's going on, especially with that thing. We're gonna be chatting more about that anyway in private.
In the middle of winter, we can. Next 3 months we can try it, because if everything going well, I will try to make some kind of experiment program.
I want to see you do that. Take one kid and do it. I want to see if it works. Like just do it. Like, hey, let's do this. Let's do that.
Yeah,
and then,
exactly.
And I want to see if it works.
So I need to get the good enough drivers, because you cannot crash your car in the first corner, because you lost the 7 minutes first, So we need to find a good driver who can repeat this like, I don't know, 1 month, not every day, but because
3 times a month or so.
Yeah.
3 times a week.
No.
Sorry.
If you want to make a progress with every sport, you need to practice 3 times a week, at least. If you want to be better, you need to go 4 times or 5 or 6 times. This is like the Olympic way. And if you're doing like a 2 times a week and 1 times a week, it just keep your level. You not grow so much, or you don't have so much enough results. And with every kind of sport, if you're gonna do something 3 times a week and you're gonna put your attention on it, 100% you're gonna get the result. If you're not gonna put attention, you're not gonna care about that, there it's just hobby, and keep about the hobby side. But if you want more, just go on.
I agree with you 100%. Would you like to say thank you to your team? I mean, you can do it in English and Polish, so they can both understand. I don't know, but I guess they speak English too.
No, lots of. I think all the guys who's gonna watch that he understand, of course, the English language. Of course, I'm gonna say thank you very much for my fiance, who support me very well, and she told me today then I should be more concentrated about the promotion RC and keep about our small RC shop instead of painting every day, and I should be changed that. So I'm pretty happy that she support me that. And of course of my that's RC Janusza team, and they're gonna know about that, like Damian, Szymon, Maciej, Severin, and the other, other guys who help us, and all our hobby track crew. And of course, I want to say all the hi to all the all the clubs who's promoting the Poland, and I think the Poland, it's on the right point. Then I think the Poland going on the right direction. With any kind of thing, you can find some issue, but that's the normal. But we still do the same hobby, and I think everything gonna be fine in Poland.
I think it's gonna be great, and I can't wait to see the results of everything. And so just keep me in the loop. I'm desperately interested in the results you find from the focus training. And obviously we'll be chatting, man. I appreciate this. I had a great time chatting to you. I learned a lot. I didn't know where we was gonna go. So that's always a good thing. And it's not I just want to clarify, this guy does like the artwork for these canoes and stuff. He sent me the picture the other day and I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't know, like I haven't been following the Olympics, so I was like, I didn't see this. But I think it's cool, and I think that you kind of you went to somebody in the Olympics to get some opinions on what can make better RC drivers. I think that's awesome. I think that's awesome. So you're definitely thinking outside the box, and we need more people like that in RC. So you and me, we're cool. We're definitely outside the box. And you know what? Can you please say your name completely, like how you like, so I can try to butcher it somehow?
Pawel.
I'm
Pawel.
Pawel. That's easy, but not your last name. I would definitely not get that.
No, that's my nickname. That's my graffiti right name. NTK. It's a crew from the graffiti walls, and Ovca. Ovca, it's means ship, but I write this by V, not W. So it's like a graffiti tricky things.
Right.
So
JQ is into all that stuff too, graffiti and all that there. So he likes all that stuff. But you're an artist, and I can see you're treating art. You're treating RC on a hobby level, and also thinking of it in a more advanced level that I don't hear many people talking about. So keep up the good work. Keep up the good work of the academy, because the youth are the future. And yeah, man, I'm telling you, I want to see. I would like to know some more updates on these complexes. And I just think, after talking to you, after talking to Arlowski, it looks like Poland is on a very good upward movement in a different way than other countries. So it'd be interesting to see how it works, and hopefully they can be an example of how things can be different in RC for the rest of the world. All right, Pawel, Paul, see, I messed it up already. Thank you for your time. Obviously, we have our numbers. We'll be in contact. I had a great chat with you, and enjoy your evening. I know it's late there. So thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on.
Whoa. Things are about to get serious.
It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
It's not often that Judas Q over here messages me and says, I want to rant this weekend.
Hey, what's this Judas Q thing?
Did you have fun spending your 30 shekels of silver this past weekend? The money that Ephra paid you to sell me out and throw me under the bus? Your new name is now.
You were wrong?
No, I was absolutely right. And people message me all over saying I was right. You are now not known as Joseph Quagrain. You are now named as Judas Q. And 30 pieces of silver as you sold out your mate, threw him under the bus, and went to Ephra's side and just left him out there on his own to defend for himself. So thank you. So just so you know,
I think people can listen to last week's rant and make up their own minds. Just because a few friends messaged you doesn't mean anything.
No, friends, people that said that you're absolutely blind, like a horse of blinders on. But anyway, now that you're all buddy with Ephra and sold me out, spend some of that 30 I would like some of that 30 pieces of silver in the form of batteries for Operation 115. Thank you.
I haven't
What's
listened
that?
to the rant,
Your
but
IQ?
I don't believe 115.
Actually, 115
maybe
would be
that's,
pretty
I know,
good.
Operation
that'd be really good.
115. That's like what he's trying to achieve.
Operation
With some
115,
batteries.
115
He's
miles
halfway
an
there.
hour. Max says
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill somebody. But anyway,
I
Maybe
wouldn't-
yourself.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yourself if we're lucky.
yeah, I'm not
What
gonna be
if he
standing
hits-
in the
what
water
if
trying to
he-
drive a
what
boat.
if he hits
My
his,
name's not JQ.
right
I don't hit
hand
myself
with
with cars. Anyway, we're just babbling on here while Judas talks along and talks about how Benedict Arnold over there, all smiling. You know, we've been waiting for 30 minutes to do this because he wanted to check. Anyway, typical JQ stuff.
Yeah, because my finally release a web the online course in the
Let's
shop.
talk
right?
about that real
Everything's
quick.
working. Everything's working. Everything's fine. Then the day it's released, something goes wrong. The guy who was like setting up the web shop stuff did something, and now people see the wrong prices and pay a different price.
Okay.
So that's awesome, right?
That's
It's
typical.
all because of the European Union, actually.
Okay.
Fuck the EU. They have this new law that when you have a digital product, you pay VAT in Europe according to the country that the customer is in. So if someone in France buys the course, they pay French VAT.
Right.
If someone in Germany, they pay German VAT. All that shit, right? So it's different in every country. So I had to set that up in the shop, right? Last minute, because I figured out like 2 days before the release, like this is actually a law. Like I have to do this shit.
Yeah,
So
we would not
got it
want you
all
to go
done.
to jail. That would be a shame.
Exactly. Oh, you
You
just
know?
scammed the government out of 200,000 euros in VAT over the last 5 years. Welcome to jail. No, we don't want that. So,
Yeah. JQ,
so we figured that shit out. And then there was the issue of, okay, so what about all these countries not in the EU? And that was all fucked up. So we fixed all that. Everything worked. Then first guy buys the course, right? Wrong price. He somehow got a price which is nowhere, basically, right? So then I contacted this guy who did the tax thing. How did he do this? And this is what he said. He said, okay, so I reproduced this issue. If you go to the shop and you register and you don't put an address, then you put the product in your cart, then you log out, then you shut down the browser, then you open the browser again and you go to the login and you have the item in your cart, and then you go to the cart via the mini cart pop-up thing, and then you check out, then this problem occurs. I was like, okay,
I just went to
did he figure that out? And then he fixed it. But when he fixed it, he caused everyone outside of EU to see the wrong fucking price and pay a different price to what they see. Okay? So they actually
sounds absolutely normal to me.
Listen, they see a higher price. So everyone in America just sees a higher price than what the course actually is and pays like 100 euros less.
All righty then. So I think that ends our rant for today.
Yeah, it could. It might. Because I'm really fucking pissed off about this.
All right.
Situation.
So let's touch on that. Your course did launch yesterday. It's received some criticism about price, but to be honest, we're talking about 3 years worth of course here. I know this is something new. Online courses aren't something new to the real world, but it's something new to RC. You did touch on it last week, so let's touch on it real quick. You have 2 minutes, and then we got to go into the rant.
Get the course or I'll kill Lefty.
That will never happen. So that is not a great sales pitch.
Do you think that paying in installments would be better?
Yes.
So 4 payments, for example.
4 or break it down to monthly payments. I don't know, or every 3 months. 3 months would be good.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do like 4 payments, for example.
Oh, you know what though? I was actually telling Max that your headphones are too high, Joseph. I can hear you coming back. I was telling Max that when I get my Mayako car and you get me an engine and servos,
I'm
and
doing all of that for you.
Yes. And a starter box that you don't blow up. No, but once I get it, I was thinking maybe I could do the course, like, and just see how it works for me. I wouldn't be a
You
beginner.
should do the course.
I wouldn't be a beginner. No. Like, I know you're saying that to be rude, but you're also
You should
saying
do
that
the basic course. So here's the deal. Like, there's two courses. There's a basic course, and then there's the full course. So the basic course like guides you from, okay, you discovered RC racing, what are all these different classes, which ones, like what's your level of weirdness, which class should you pick. Then it goes into what equipment you should buy, like different price levels of stuff you could get, and building your cars. All like good advice that you need to keep in mind when you prepare to go to the track for the first time. And then
so I don't need none of that stuff. I already know
you
all of
definitely
that
need
stuff.
all of this. I'm explaining this for you.
No, I don't need any of that stuff.
Then your first day at the track. So what do you need when you go to the track for the first time? Like learning to drive, the basics of how you drive the car and all that stuff. You know, that's
definitely don't need none of that stuff.
And then it progresses to your, that maintenance of your car and the first setup changes and why you should consider them. And then the next level of learning to drive. Like now you can actually get around the track. So in a few months when you can get around the track, Lefty, then you could watch that lesson, which talks about the racing line and how to sort of get around the track a bit faster, improve your driving.
I just want to go.
Keeps going all the way to the end of the course, which is like about sponsorship and your mindset and attitude and approach and race strategies and all that stuff. But there's one difference. The basic course doesn't go into detail about setup and theory and all that stuff. That's for the full course. So most of the Invisible Speed book, which is like deep dive into setup kind of thing, that's one module in the course, and that module is only in the full course.
Well, I think I should just get to the part of the course where it says, being a champion, you're almost there. You're like millimeters away from being a champion. You need to do this. Put me in that chapter, and then we're good. That's all the only chapter I need.
If you get the basic course and then go to one of the last modules, then you're there. But it won't help you. You need to do the course in the right order. You start where you think your level is. Where for you is the first video in the fucking basic course, okay? That's where you start.
You know what, though? I think I should do the course just to do it. And give people... The only problem is I will not be able to do the setup changes here. So I was thinking if we do the whole you come down here and I don't kill you in Christmas time, and you don't end up, becoming fertilizer for sugar cane, anything like that, or fish food. I could do this probably when I go to California or when we go to Puerto Rico, if we do that, because one of the points was like to get back into racing, but like we kind of want to shine a light on what we do when we go testing and all that type of stuff. So I actually want to use the book and your information and be like, oh, let's try this, let's try that, and go see how it works.
I haven't finished editing all the videos, but they're like 10, I don't know. I would guess like 15 hours of video, maybe. Yeah.
That's your artistic superpower, dude.
So you should start just digesting the videos now.
All right, well, send me that. Well, you know what? Send me that coupon code and I'll do that right there. And then I'll promote for you. There we go.
Double the price.
Yeah, there we go. I got a coupon code that doubles the price.
Yeah.
He would do something like that. Hey, here's double the price and a kick in the balls just because it's you.
Yeah.
JQSM, real quick, you changed it up. It's not JQ Racing anymore, or is JQ Racing a part of JQ Scale Motorsports?
I'm just seeing what the logo looks like, to be honest. But yeah, so down the road in the future, what's happening is we're rebranding a bit because we're no longer a car brand. So JQ Sadomaso or JQ Scale Motorsports, whichever, JQSM.
Did you say sadomasochist?
No, you must have heard that wrong. So JQ Scale Motorsports, it covers everything. It covers JQ Racing, which is a racing team, which Max left a couple of years ago. And it's a web shop.
It's a bit bitter.
Invisible Speed.
That's how you describe the racing
book,
team.
Course. Yeah. So it covers all that shit, right? And it's also a design company. So I can actually design shit for RC in CAD, also for other companies. So it's branching out to all these different things.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. Oh shit, who am I calling? I'm making a phone call by mistake. Sorry. All right. So that's all good. We just spent 10 minutes talking about your course and all that stuff. You guys interested? Check it out. I'm gonna do the course. I'll let you guys know how it goes, and hopefully I get back racing here. But it's probably gonna be end of the year here that I start. I might just start doing it now, just like you said, just reviewing it.
Yeah, it's going online actually to the 20th of September. So we are pre-selling because everyone who pre-orders, they get a 5-week follow-through. So there are 4 special guests that will be revealed over the weekend.
Playing with that, whatever you're playing with, Joseph, it's very aggravating.
Okay, there are 4 guests, all 8-scale buggy drivers. They will be revealed over the weekend, and together with them, we will guide all the participants in the course through all the material.
So, can I get on that then? Can I get on that one?
I will speak with the 4 guys, and we'll make an executive decision together if we want to allow you in.
All right, and Operation 115, JQSM, JQ Threads can be all over that. Operation 115.
Okay. Yeah.
He needs a sponsor to run fast with the boat.
Yes.
Right. You need some batteries.
Need some more batteries. Got a distributed weight. And I know I want those batteries that I showed you.
Why don't you email Tesla? Email Tesla. What's his name?
You know the guy that did the Tesla thing. He did the programming for Hitec Servo to give them the braking feedback.
Elon at Tesla.com.
Not Elon Musk, another guy that worked with Tesla. Not Elon.
Oh, but that's who you should email.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll answer that. He'll send me a flamethrower or something.
Okay, let's talk about this hack now.
Oh, no, hold on for a second. Before we do that, let's congratulate the champion once again. It must be the hat. No,
there's no way that's gonna happen. We're gonna talk about this hack now.
Hey, I just want you to know that I am 100% on the side of Max, no matter what. Judas.
That's such an American attitude. It's like I have made up my mind already. Now let's hear the facts.
No. I heard saxtoning and at the beginning of the race, and I was just like
saxtoning.
And I was just like, wow, I would do something. I would order something like that too.
I wrote the blog. He's read all my blogs.
Oh, the saxtoning blog.
Yeah, the saxtoning.
So on, do you have any video or anything to connect to this?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait.
Hold on, before we do that, I wanna play this.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Ashamed to admit I deliberately took it. Yes, I did.
That's not really on, is it? That's not what we do in professional sport.
Well, the thing is that these guys do the same thing and say it's 50-50. What's the difference? Should I lie and say that, it was a mistake? No, I did it intentionally, and so do these guys at times.
No, we need to hear that again.
I'm not ashamed to admit I deliberately took him out. Yes, I did.
That's not really on, is it? That's not what we do in professional sport.
Well, the thing is that these guys do the same thing and say it's 50-50. What's the difference? Should I lie and say that, it was a mistake? No, I did it intentionally, and so do these guys at times.
Wow.
I would just like to add that moment wasn't the moment where he took me out. Okay.
Oh yeah, Valente and Barufalo were taking people out left and right.
Yeah.
At that race was
all right.
Awful.
So, in case you guys didn't know, I'm gonna spill it. So these guys had a race this past weekend. This is now the new master versus the dethroned Sith Lord, who's probably dying a frail death now, because that's how it works. Max beat JQ for the Finnish Championship. It was first Finnish Championship. JQ had to finish second or first and beat Max. But what Max done was the ultimate move, which JQ should actually be very proud of him, because he's probably heard him talk about this so many times. But he did a ultimate 2000, I want to say 1999, 2000 to 2001 epic Richard Saxton move on JQ right at the beginning of the race, which mind fucked you for the rest of the 30-minute race. And I only wish I could have been there to watch you freaking out and finish whatever you talk.
Okay,
that's what you would have been saying.
Let me just amend what you said slightly. Max was freaking out more during that race than me. Okay, that didn't mind fuck me, that situation.
I'm sure it
did. The problem was that throughout the race we were really close. Like the first qualifying round, the top 4 were within 0.7 seconds. Second qualifying round, top 4 within 1.5 seconds. Semi-final was shortened to 10 minutes. We finished like within a second, like battling each other. So I knew that this is going to be a really close race and there's no room for error. So when you're like basically at that point, 10 seconds down, I lost 8 seconds in the mistake. But when you're 10 seconds off the lead after one lap, that's like, you're basically done. You know, you have a chance, but you need some luck at that point. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So you mean I waited all week for you to say that?
No.
I waited all week to hear that.
I haven't done my rant. I just wanted to correct you there.
Oh, okay.
You could be.
That doesn't change my mind at anything.
As calm as I don't know who, and you're still 10 seconds down. Like if you aren't fast enough.
Anyway, it sounds like you're making excuses for your piss poor behavior. Continue.
No, now to know which direction this rant will go in, we need Max's comment on this situation.
Comment on the situation.
Tell the truth, Max.
So the truth is, it was the first lap. We started. I think I started 5th. You started 6th. And in the first corner, you like went to the inside, and I was like, okay, let's take it easy. I let him go. Followed him through the lap, and then left side. It was a really bumpy acceleration. And then a drop jump. And I knew I was a lot faster than other guys there. And I followed JQ. And let's say there was a slight tap and he went to the inside and got stuck over the pipes. And I don't know what happened then, but I kept on going.
Who cares? Hey, look, man.
So that's pretty much what happened. That's all that happened. Really.
What does that there was a slight tap mean?
I hope you rammed him.
100% intentional.
Yes.
But it wasn't like intentional. There's a huge difference between like just driving like full power into someone and then just a slight tap. You know?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if it's like, for example, there, I didn't have to like go full power crash into you for you to like crash out. I could just follow you and be a bit faster and then tap you a bit and you were gone.
So let me get this straight.
Why don't we watch this?
I'm being the biased.
Do we have it on video?
No, but listen, Max. So what you're trying to say is you should have and could have hit him harder, but you chose not to because you probably felt sorry for your former mentor, your former master.
No, I mean the situation was sort of like a Spanish driver would have done that other way, but they just wouldn't have realized it. You know? That's
so you just give him a little love tap just to let him know, and of course that just made JQ go off on the inside, and of course he was freaking out on the radio and all that.
We both know that this was an intentional move because it would secure the championship.
Yes.
We both know that.
Yes.
Because if Max takes me out and we both lose time, it doesn't matter to him because he doesn't need to finish in the top. He can DNF as long as I don't get first or second, right?
Yes.
So yes. So
what's
just
wrong
like
with this? It's
Ayrton
you.
Senna,
By all means necessary.
1990, Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, first corner, Suzuka. All right. What happens? Senna just keeps it wide open and takes them both out. Because if they both DNF, he's champion. So he did that and he won the championship. Now there's some history to that, the reason why he did that, blah, blah. But that's still what happened, right? This isn't unheard of.
But they hated
But you know
each
why
other.
by the way, this is actually a good point. You know why Ayrton did that?
Yeah, because he got robbed of the championship the year before. The year before,
there was even more.
Prost hit. The year before, it was the opposite situation. So Prost would win the championship as long as Senna didn't win the race. There were 2 races left, right? And Senna was passing Prost for the lead. So Prost turned into Senna and they both crashed. So Prost gets out of the car and he's like, oh, fuck, I DNF'd, accidentally hit Senna here. Senna continues right?
Yeah.
Because his car
And he won
didn't
the
break.
race.
And he wins the race. Then after the race, the FIA decide that they give him a penalty or disqualify him because he cut the corner there, the chicane.
Really?
Yeah. Because he should have gone like backwards on the track and done the chicane or some bullshit, right? So then that next year, in that same race, they decided that if you run wide there, you can cut the chicane. And then Senna got mad because he lost basically any chance of the championship because they disqualified him for doing that. And then the next year, they say that drivers, you can go straight if you make a mistake.
Yeah.
So it's like,
and
what
also
the fuck?
one thing was, it was the starting grid as well, because Senna took pole, and for that year they have for some reason switched their starting grid so that the pole sitter would start on the dirty side. So obviously Prost got a much better start, and that's why he was in front going the first.
And he also asked to reverse that, but they refused it. So he was there like, last year I lost the championship. These guys screwed me. This year, I'm not going to let that happen. So he just kept it wide open and took them both out. And my argument is that Max knew this. See how well he knew the details of this incident, for example. And he knew if he takes me out, I will not win the race or get second, regardless of what happens to him, and he will be champion. And he has been racing for all this time, all these fucking years, and he needed to win this championship. And he wasn't going to let that fucking get away from him, no matter what happens, right? So he made sure of that on the first lap. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, like,
we're not disputing that.
Thing.
Nobody's
like
disputing that.
Even at this race, there was a lot of like, because the race was almost about to be cancelled, and JQ was the only driver who wanted to drive and continue the race. And our semi had to run in the mud.
That's not true. Beck also was he wanted to race. Like Max just didn't want to race because it rained. Like he hoped the race would be cancelled. I'm like, hey, we're racing, man.
Right, so he can win a championship. Don't we do everything to win a championship, Joseph?
Let's watch
by
this
any means necessary.
Let's watch this glory.
We have the video of it. Oh my god! I haven't seen this.
Yeah, first corner. Max clips the corner now there, and then I go to the inside, right? So I get by, and at this point, I'm thinking like, "Fuck, it's Max behind me. I should probably let him back by." So watch, and I almost do it, but I don't. I was kicking myself like, why didn't I just let him by? Okay, so I'm the white car. Max is behind me. Go into this section and watch this. Just a slight tap, he said.
Well, you got squirmy of the bumps, and I just tapped you a bit.
Yeah.
My god. Well, let's go back. Can we go back?
Oh god. How many times are we going to see this video?
Watch this. So all the other cars go super wide because it's really bumpy there, right?
Yeah, but that was my line.
Yeah, watch. The other cars are going like around the bumps, but I obviously can't do that because Max is behind me. So look how wide they are going there, like to the right of the orange vest, because they are avoiding the bumps. So I turn early because I'm like, well, I can't go there. I need to go through the bumps because Max is behind me. And then we go. He's like, he's embodying the spirit of Senna here. And then
see,
yeah, man.
You didn't accelerate out of the corner.
You under my wing, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it looks like it's some bumps in that corner. So it looks like his front end popped up and your front end was up.
What are you talking about? He's under my. He already admitted he did.
You just going too slow, man. When you're going slow like that, you got to be moved out of the way.
I think that's a pretty epic take out there.
I think it was a perfectly calculated takeout, not pre-planned, but the situation presented itself, and
I don't know if it was pre-planned, but it was definitely something that if this situation arises in the race, then he was ready to do it.
Well, okay, let's turn this back. All right, we can stop looking at the 140p, 144p quality of this video.
Yeah, why is this so quality?
Oh, I see it perfectly well.
Yeah, because you're probably streaming it.
Maybe we should up. No, it's on my computer. It's not online.
Just
maybe when you upload this, then we can upload that high quality version.
Maybe
so people see this glory.
But we're gonna remove it because now this looks like Minecraft out there. All right. So Max, Joseph's point is that you did this on purpose. I am 100% agreeing that you did do it on purpose, but when it's a championship on the line like this, and you have to defeat your mentor, the guy has caused you so much frustration and teased you, and you definitely want to beat him with your new ride. And this is Joseph. This is Judas. There's nobody cares if he loses. Like, nobody cares that this guy isn't going to be the Finnish championship. Do you know how many people were happy to see you win and to take him out? Like, all these years he's talked about Saxton and Gani doing this and everybody doing this. And finally, that shows that you were listening. You was paying attention to all the stories, and you done exactly what was needed to rid yourself of the burden of JQ forever. You have done it. You have broken free. Congratulations. Well done. Rubbing is racing, and I love it. I love this. But this, you know what? This all comes down to why we need series to make racing exciting. Because if this was just a regular race, it wouldn't be as exciting. There was actually a backstory behind this, why this happened. And Max, kudos to you. JQ, stop your crying. Boo-hoo-hoo. Go back to the drawing board and figure out how to go faster, princess, because Max is all over you, and you now the great dark Sith master. Go with your online courses and write in your books and all that dumb shit and fucking face the fact that racing and you being fast is done.
No,
you know what?
Next
you
year's
should do your own
a
course.
major comeback.
You should take your own course and figure out how to beat Max.
Next year
it's on.
Now we have the background.
Next year I'll have the production car, and I'll practice, and I'll kick his ass. That's what's going to happen. I don't need to take him out to beat him. That's
now, if the shoe was on the other foot,
I didn't have to take you out to beat you either.
So you did, clearly.
Oh, let me shut up and let this develop.
No, I didn't.
He didn't. I mean, he clearly didn't have the ball. Here's my thing. Here's my point. He didn't have the balls to race clean to win the championship this year. I understand. There's too much on the line. He needed to make this happen now. He's been racing for like 17 years. He has to fucking win a championship, right? So I understand that. But I'm happy that he admitted that he did it intentionally. You did admit, right? I didn't miss here.
I mean, I could have avoided
Max, do not admit to doing anything intentionally.
He just did again for the second time. He could have avoided it.
But the thing is, but here's the thing.
As your legal advisor, I suggest that you not admit that.
There's a big difference between like just riding full speed into someone and giving them a nice tap.
Yeah, that was just a tap. What's
the difference? Like how hard you hit them? If it's intentional,
you would have done the same thing, Joseph.
No, I wouldn't. No, name one time I've done something like that. Here's the thing.
One time. Okay, let me think.
Name it. Name one time. I think it's fine.
Oh, you don't take out anybody.
This was a high stress situation. No, it's not like that. Take out someone to win something. I took out Drake at Silver State. I bumped. He didn't. But that's because there was history there. There was a reason to do that.
Just like there's history.
So, no, there isn't. Like, apart from his parents, I think I've helped this little shit more than anyone in the world, right? Who else? Who else has put more time, effort, and money into his racing than me, apart from his parents?
So does that buy you a free? I can't punch you in the race.
No.
Pass?
No, you said that there's history. That's the history, okay?
Right, but
that's why. No, listen.
Of course.
Listen. That's why I was mad. That I understand. Like, if this was someone else and he was winning his first championship, he might do that. But I honestly thought he would have more respect than to do that in this situation. But at the same time, for him, it maybe means more to beat me for the championship than someone else. So I understand that. But I guess my point would be that I'm glad that he admitted that he did it intentionally. I think the problem with some drivers is that they do this shit over and over and over, and they don't own up to it, right? That's the problem. And those drivers never change. So this is like an intervention. I think there's hope for Max, right? He can go on and become a great champion in RC racing, but a respected one. A driver who cheats to win is not respected. Bruno Coelho won the world championship by cutting the track. He didn't do it intentionally, but he literally cut the track because he jumped off a jump. It was a mistake, but he ended up cutting the track, right? He didn't get a penalty. He won the race. Everyone fucking cried about it. He got a really bad rap from it. He also took people out left, right, and center at other races, and no one respected him in RC, right? Years later now, he has worked to improve his image. Do you see what I mean? Marco Barufalo, terrible image in RC. There are brands who wouldn't hire him because everyone thinks he's an asshole, right? Mayfield wants to punch him in the throat. It's harder for these guys to do well in RC because of their image, because of how they race.
Look who's
you
talking.
might like it.
Yeah.
You might like it as a podcaster, but this is the truth, right?
No,
And
you have truth there.
No,
You have
listen,
truth
listen,
there, but it's
listen.
you. So who cares?
Listen, just fucking listen. Max can have a future in RC, a great one. He's still young. He's smart. He's studying engineering. He has enough skill and talent at this age to where if he applies himself and is dedicated, he can become a champion, any kind of champion. I would like to see him become a respected champion. Do you see what I mean? So I'm glad that he admitted what he did. And I think in this situation, he needed to do that, right? For himself. Now he has that championship. Now when he moves on, I hope he doesn't repeat this in the future. I hope he's like someone like Lee Martin, who wins his races clean, or who else? Like Neil Craig. You know, those guys are multiple time national European world champions, right? But they race clean.
Well, you took this loss really hard, didn't you?
No, just fucking
But
listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
We've been listening for 10 minutes.
Look, if Max didn't win, it would be a failure on my part. When he won his first race and I got second, I was one of the first people to congratulate him and say that you deserve this. It's been a long time coming. And I gave him a hug, right? I want Max to do well. That the problem wasn't that he beat me. I didn't take this loss hard. It was the way he did it, right? And that's
one
what this
tap
rant is
at
about.
the beginning of the race.
Oh my God, Lefty.
At the beginning of the race.
Dumb.
No, I'm not dumb.
It's
You're
not
just
one
frazzled.
tap. It's like
actually,
it
it was
could
a
be-
tap. He hit you. It was a mistake. Like you were both going for the same line.
No,
he hit
Lefty,
you from behind.
You're so dumb. You're so
I'm
dumb.
not dumb.
Don't you
You're just on
understand?
your high horse.
When Senna
Max?
took out Prost, it wasn't a mistake. He did it intentionally, you know. But okay, he had the excuse that he was going for a gap, you know.
All right, you've had
We
your
all know
10
what's
minutes.
going on.
I completely agree with JQ about being like driving.
This is not how it's
respectfully,
supposed to
and I mean,
work. We're supposed to not agree with JQ, Max.
No, dumb
Not
people don't agree
That was
when
the
they are
plan.
wrong.
No, we're
No,
only joking.
Here's the thing, like for me, I mean, the last time I ever took someone out, even like just took someone out, it's been a while. Like properly taking someone out
RCGP,
and like
Lee Martin.
yeah, that's
Well,
probably
that's
the
been a
last
while.
time.
It's been 3
That's
years.
been a while. Like the thing is,
Actually,
like
it has
okay,
been a while.
yeah, the takeouts that like happen for me, like because at least like in the last, let's say 2 years, especially at RCGP, I think I've improved a lot in terms of racing, and I
Maturing.
mean, yeah, and the thing is that the last time I took someone out, like took properly someone out, it was a really long time ago. And the reason is why that I know where my car is going on the track and I know what my car is doing at the track. And that's why I do race rather clean, even though like some people might say like I hit someone like in the past. But like this incident on its own, it's a completely different situation. I feel like it's not
No,
like
it's
I'm just
strategical.
racing. It's much more. And there is still a history between the race, what happened during the day, and all that. And yeah, that's what, like, there's a difference between racing and difference between like racing for a championship, I feel. And if, let's say, if the day was just a normal day where we had normal qualifying, no rain, no anything, that wouldn't have happened for sure.
Okay. All right. So Joseph, all right, look, I'll be honest with you. It's not good to win on a takeout, even though I don't think that was too bad of a takeout. I get your point, Joseph, 100%. Great for Max admitting this.
And let's put it this way. Like, it wasn't like last lap, me and JQ fighting for the win, and only last resort it was a takeout. It was like
Exactly.
security.
Yeah, but that
This
would
is
be
like
more
30 minutes.
understandable.
This is like 1 minute into
I
the main,
mean-
and you knew, like, look, let's be realistic, Joseph. What's the best way to frazzle you at a race?
It's not about being frazzled. You don't
It
get
is.
that.
I
No,
get
it's not.
everything. No,
That
but you gotta
third
understand.
race in the-
If I was,
Okay. The third race in the championship, I won due to consistency. That I knew that that's the only way that I can do well is to be consistent, right? And when I'm 10 seconds behind, I know that it is very unlikely that I'll catch those guys because my lap times aren't fast enough, right? If I qualify fourth, I am not the fastest guy. Do you see what I mean? Don't say something dumb now. I'll unmute you.
You know, I can unmute myself. I just don't feel like
Not
fighting
when
with you.
not when I mute you.
Yeah, I can unmute myself. Look, if I'm a team manager and this is coming on to the end, and Max does this, I'm patting him on the back because it's you, right?
Yeah,
Nobody
but-
cares. It's you. Nobody
Yeah,
cares.
people
Stop
care.
making a big
People
deal
care.
about it. You care. That's it.
No, people care in general.
No, obviously, look, I do not promote dirty racing.
Oh no, that's the only thing you've done this whole rant.
Yeah, because I have to get back at you somehow, Judas. But at the end of the day, look, listen, Joseph. You cannot be mad at Max. Too mad. Because how many times has he sat off in our pits and heard Greg talk about Saxton taking out people, Courts taking out people, him taking out people, all this type of stuff, all these stories that you guys talk about in the pits and how great it was and all this stuff. But when it comes, I mean, who could have asked for who for racing and drama and all this type of stuff? Who could have asked for even a better finish? You got taken out in the beginning of the race, a very mild takeout, I would say, that caused you to just
A mild 8-second takeout.
yeah, that caused you to lose your shit, and then Max the
didn't
one
lose
to
my
win the
shit.
finish. Yes, you did. I know you.
No, I didn't. I
have been on-
literally did not lose my shit. I literally I knuckled down and had good laps. And
You didn't
got
give me
back
this
up to
face?
fifth place.
You didn't do you didn't give one of those DNC Wednesday morning faces.
No, I didn't.
All right. So at the end of the day, if this was Max and he was driving a JQ, would you still feel this? If he was doing it to somebody else, would you still feel the same way?
Personally, I wouldn't feel the same way, but I'd have the same opinion.
Okay. So you would, but you would be happy that he done it.
Let's say that we both ran JQs and he did this to Jona and he won the championship, right? Yes, I would be happy that he won the championship, but we would have the same talk afterwards.
So
because I'm
Max,
not inconsistent, emotional wreck like you.
Yeah, well, that's what makes me, and I'm not a
let's
robot
put it,
who
let's
has.
put it this way: like if next year the same scenario happens the other way around, like I wouldn't be surprised. And even if this year the same scenario happened another way around, like I would be mad, but I would understand it.
But didn't he hit you? Didn't he get
think-
you back later on in the race, and like when he was in the lead or something
Yeah,
like that?
I mean, I was leading.
Oh, he was second or third.
No, I was leading the race, but Jona was in a different pit strategy. I was second, but in reality I was first because Jona hadn't pitted yet or something.
Well, anyway, I think this could be chalked up to racing incident to an extent. Should Max have no? Listen,
I know.
Have you been listening at all?
No.
A racing incident is like.
Yeah, but he
on the
Max.
first lap
Let's be
when I
honest.
passed him,
Let's
right?
be
He
honest.
went
You
wide,
didn't.
I
No,
went to the
you didn't think he
inside,
was going to
and
go
we had
flying
crashed.
across the track when you hit him, though. Maybe just a little tap to let him know that
We
you're
have
there.
to fucking watch this again.
No, we don't. We have to watch this. No, we don't.
What
We
are
have
you
to watch this
doing,
again.
Lefty?
I don't want to watch it again. I don't want to watch it again.
Dude, you are so American. Seriously.
No,
This is exactly how my every debate on Facebook I ever had with an American goes. Go into it. We go into it, and they're like, "I made up my mind already. Okay, now tell me the facts."
But
And
it's
then
okay
we
with
go
you.
over the facts, and we agree on the facts. We figure everything out, and then their conclusion is something completely fucking irrelevant.
Max, this isn't working out how I planned it to be. I was hoping for more cooperation from you to bun
No, but
fire on
here's
this
the-
guy,
here's
and
the-
you're
here's
just
the
being
thing.
quiet.
Like what we discussed here, I do agree with JQ with a
No,
lot
it's
of it.
it's
And
right. We
I
shouldn't be
do
taking
hold the
people.
same opinions, but the thing is, like I was lapping JQ halfway through the main, and we were clearly Pekka and Jona was second and third, and so in the end, it was a bit pointless. to be honest. But I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
try
So
one
what
time.
happened? So what happened after the race or
Do we have
during the
video of
race?
this
So,
too?
I don't know. Maybe I hope
not.
so.
I hope not.
I hope so. So anyway, so after it was clear that there was no way I was catching up, like maybe like 5 minutes into the race or something, I had this crash where my car literally flew over the fence on the back, like the back straight had this.
So
fence,
Max
right?
caused that too, I suppose?
No,
He hit you
well,
with his imaginary
Let's put
fist?
it this way. That crash wouldn't have happened if I was with the leading pack, racing them. Okay.
Oh, so it's Max's fault that way. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to catch up, right? So I'm trying to do well, and I fly off the track. Okay. I know at this point, okay, now I'm fucked. So then maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes into the race or something, I hear that Max is like in second or something. I'm like, this guy is not going to fucking win this race and the championship. That's not going to happen. So so Jorna, who was winning the race, he was actually with me on the track. Like, so he lapped me and we raced together. But then he had a flame out in the pits at some point, and he had some problem also he had a problem where his car got stuck on the track or something.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah. Right. Crazy. So then I was like ahead again. But then I heard that Max was like fighting for the lead. And at one point Max was leading. So I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's it. So,
so you intentionally took him out.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm waiting for them to lap me. And then when Max lapped, I let the other guy by, and then I didn't let Max by. I'm just, let's see what happens here. And then, so he tried getting by and like.
I got by.
Touching my car a bit. And then when he finally got by, then I turned his car around with a Drake move, hitting his rear tires.
Okay. So
yeah, and then
it's
I got to
okay.
stop and go.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, you got to stop and go?
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. I don't endorse that behavior, but when you fuck me up in a race, I'm gonna get you back.
So 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Would you rather have me do
this time?
Would you rather have me do that next year? No, I think it's best settled right then and there.
Well, we all know your MO.
Ashamed to admit, I deliberately took him out.
That's your MO.
Yeah, I mean, yes, this other Italian little shit, he took me out multiple times. I had to teach him a lesson too. I'm like, look, you're going to do that, I'm going to smash you.
Anyway.
I made it clean just once.
By any means necessary, you won that championship. Boom. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. It wasn't like a last resort. It was very clean, very clinical. Like a
resort. It was the first resort.
It was no emotion really in that takeout. Resort. See, JQ's takeout was pure emotions. Pure emotion, unadulterated, emotional.
Mine was rationale and
yes, his was just pure.
I got to stop and go, and he didn't.
Yeah, well, you deserved it because you did it out of pure emotion and malice.
It's because I'm not Finnish. I'm not allowed to be Finnish.
And not only that, Max. Yeah, there we go. And Max did it out of clinical precision and strategical takeouts. That's what it was. Yours was pure emotion, and his was a clinical strategic takeout. That's what it was. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Anywho, I'm glad you guys can joke about this.
Honestly, where were the jokes?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're serious?
You're the only joke, yeah.
Oh, so you guys, what are we gonna have, like a grudge match here? Like Max is all of 5'4" and you're 6'10". That's not gonna be too good. It's gonna be like a Q-tip battling a cotton ball or something. And Max has military training and you don't, so he's already.
And the military
that's true. Yeah.
But hey,
let's be honest though. Like it's been four races this season, and it's been good racing all the way through the season. Apart from first lap.
I think next year will be really good.
Yeah,
it'd be great if you get some more tracks and get some more people racing.
Yeah.
Anywho, that's Joseph's rant about getting taken out and losing the Finnish championship, even though he wouldn't have won.
It was this rant was about more than that. Lefty is too dumb to figure it out.
I know what the rant's about. I just don't.
In this rant.
I just don't want to be on your side by any means necessary.
No, you'll
question: how many times have you won that championship?
Someone can
Joseph?
explain it to you. Draw you a diagram and explain what's going on.
No, I explain everything. I to
be honest, I don't want to sound cocky, but I have no idea.
I understand
might
everything.
Have more Nordic championships than Finnish ones.
Do they still have the
Yes,
Nordic
definitely,
Championship?
because the Finnish Championship is a series, and I didn't do it for like very long time.
You know what? One thing I thought about as well. Last time I did a full Finnish like series was in 2016.
Yeah, and actually I spoke to some people. We should start running the Nordic Championship again, especially because of COVID. People can't travel as much, so it would be good to have a Nordic Championship.
Yeah,
there are some good young Swedish drivers now, also, and good young Finnish drivers. So and Danish. So it would be a really
Norway
good
is
race.
not included in that.
Yeah, but they don't have any. Well, they have one. Kobbevik, he runs 8 scale.
Oh, right.
I don't know if
he
you're
one fast guy.
So Joseph, let me ask you something. If this was like last lap at the end of the race, Max was going for a world championship versus somebody you really dislike. I don't know who you Joe Bornhorst. You don't like him. Right?
Wait, okay. How does
if this was this,
I don't know.
If this was this, and this is for a win at a big race in the last lap, and Max did this, how would you feel?
Same as what I said before.
Okay.
So I mean, I'd be happy
had you done that at a big race,
but after that,
you probably would have got to stop and go for that, Max. You probably wouldn't have got to make that.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't
depends on the race. Like at the Euros, for example, one year, I was about the same position. It was like early in the race, and I had a good start. This was in Germany, and then Robert just ran through me. It's like when you are not expected to be up there, you're just someone that the fast guys need to get through, you know? So that's what he did. And then I went from like 5th to last. There's no stop and go or anything for that.
It's
very rare.
That's what I said at the beginning of this. If I was Spanish, that wouldn't happen either way. You know?
Anywho,
yeah,
congratulations,
like
Max.
Europeans, they do that all the time.
Finnish champion, defeated the Sith Lord over there. So Joseph, I was teasing Max. So in Star Wars world, there's always only 2 Sith Lords, and how the apprentice becomes a master is by killing the master and becoming a Sith Lord. So he is now killed, because I can't call you guys Jedi because you guys are far away from that.
Oh god.
So he has now killed you and has become the Dark Sith Lord of Finland and RC racing. So congratulations.
Can I reincarnate next year or something?
Well,
or do I have to be like Yoda
Darth Maul never really died when he got chopped in half by Qui-Gon Jinn. He actually lived. They found the other half of his body and put it back together. So maybe we can attach some mechanical legs to you, because you've been cut in half. You won't be 6'6" anymore. You'll be like 5'2", but you'll be all right.
Okay.
No, it was
we'll do that.
It was good, and it made for a good rant.
Jake, you can try next year and lose again, but it will be fun.
There we go.
He's trying.
Yeah. I like that type of talk.
It will be fun when he's trying, he says.
Yeah.
Okay,
good, man. This
we
is,
should
but
have
you know what?
We should have live video from next year's Finnish Nationals, I think.
If you guys really think of it, though, at the end of the day, this is one of the core reasons why we enjoy RC and why we like it. To go to our friends, go race with our friends, take each other out, and talk shit about it afterwards into the next race.
Not take
at the
each
end of
other
the
out.
day.
Make a nice move, clean move, and then beat them.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Because if it was you and it happened to you, it would have been, it was an accident. It was a racing incident. All the while, I didn't do anything. If it was you and it was reversed, you didn't get called for it.
Time.
Okay, so would you have stopped?
I wouldn't have done that. But I probably would, yeah. I think I would, yeah.
Max, do you think you would have stopped? No. Not with the Finnish National Championship.
And also, think about it. Just think about it for 1 second. Listen, think about it. If I'm in that situation and I take Max out, I don't need to do well. So why not wait?
Yeah, I mean...
Do you see what I mean?
I don't know.
Yeah. I think you should get into that other Finnish national sport that's really big. 10 horses.
But I think it would be worse if I was weighted, which is like
the horse thingy. You know, where you guys pretend you're walking around on a horse, like a broomstick and a horse head.
Oh, that children play?
Is that a sport? Women seem to be doing. Yeah, you should do that. It's Finnish. It's big in Finland. Bigger than RC.
Okay.
Anywho, this turned into a long rant, and not as Max. When it comes to rants like this, we need you to get a little bit more angry. Like, you were supposed to be on my side. We had a plan going into this, and you just sat there and let JQ defeat you in the first round.
You saw the video, like it was so clean.
Oh yeah.
Very
don't
nice.
care. That video looked to me like
I
a
do
tap
is clinical,
that went out of
clean,
control.
Nice, slim cut, you know.
Everything could be
No
spun.
hassle.
That was a spit. That was a spin. You spun into him and you took him out. And I don't. Yeah. Anyway, you kind of just ran away from the game plan.
I'm not making
Max
any excuses.
Max still has hope. I'm way past any hope.
At least you know that.
Yeah. So it is what it is.
It's all good. We had fun. I hope you guys are friends.
Not now.
Even though I don't
maybe
know.
One day in the future.
Oh God, let God have mercy. This is a long podcast. Thank you, Joseph, for coming on.
Okay, let's put it this way. Like,
oh God.
I think this
I was
builds
just about
a good
to end
storyline
this.
for the future. No. I think this is a very good point in the battle. So this builds a good storyline for next year. That's the sole reason why this is an important moment.
Man, JQ might not even be living in Finland by next year. The way his world is, he might move somewhere and like, oh, I'm gonna live here in the mountains of freaking India or something like that for the next 6 months and design my car. Is there a track there? No, but I like it here, and I'm gonna build schools and huts. Build a track and get chased by tigers and stuff like that. Anywho, thank you, Max, for your time. Thank you, Joseph, for coming on. Remember, guys, the online course is available. Max, I guess you're taking a break from videos. Joseph, I guess you're getting back to videos or after the course.
Yeah, I also invoice Max now for all that help, especially so like post JQ Racing help, like replacing me on the podcast and working with David on RCGP and ordering. I even like ordered. He likes to design bodies now, so I ordered like 3 bodies for Moyako. Like, can you design an e-buggy body, nitro buggy, truggy body? So I'm just gonna invoice him for all these opportunities I'm giving that little shit.
You still love Max. I can hear it in your voice. It's like your little brother. Anyway, you know what? It's been fun. We kind of went off the tangent as usual on this podcast, but I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you to Pawel for coming on and talking with us and telling us about what he's doing in Poland. Thank you to Max for your time. Thank you for Judas over there for coming on. And
thank you for my web shop guy who made Americans see a high price and pay a low price, and neither of them being correct.
I hope that he splits up some of those 30 bars of 30 pieces of silver that he got. Thank you to all the NNRC squad around the world. We guys can't do without you guys listening, sharing, hitting that like button or dislike button. Please leave some reviews. That's what we were looking for. I would like to get some reviews on the iTunes or whatever platform you listen to this on. And also, don't forget our YouTube channel. Hit that sub button, that notification button. Excuse me. I think that's it. Thank you to the NNRC squad from around the world. Oh, so I said thank you to them already. I'm all lost. Thank you to the patrons.
You've done this like 3
NNRC.
times already.
I know. Joseph is looking at me, and I don't know. I just kind of want to slap him right now. So I'm trying not to look at him. So thank you to the patrons around the world who keep this podcast going, pay the bills and all that stuff. We greatly appreciate it. We can't do it without you keep the bills paid. Thank you to all the awesome sponsors of the podcast: Mayako, Beach RC, Hitec RC, TNR Fuels, Tekno RC, Sun City RC Raceway, Lugs Racing Tires, JQ Racing, Manscaped.com, Donovan's RC, Pop Willie's Traction Tonic, Racecraft USA, RCGB, House of RC. Excuse me. I have a cold. And yeah, thank you. Showing the sponsors some love. Shows the podcast some love. And we appreciate all the support from our sponsors, from you guys. We can't do it without you. Check out JQSM, Saddle something that he said earlier, Scale Motorsports.
Look,
what's that?
I have 2 parts that are gonna beat Max next year.
Is that aluminum?
Mayako turnbuckles. The first.
Aluminium or titanium?
No. These are actually steel with titanium coating. But
yeah, ain't gonna happen.
I'm gonna put these on so that they're maximum strong for his attempts at takeouts.
Okay.
There won't be no takeout next year. We won't be even
What do you
seeing
guys?
each other.
Your
at the time.
domination.
All right,
We'll be so far
all right.
ahead.
So we're gonna put a poll. Who was right? Was Max all right?
No,
was it okay
no,
for
no,
Max
no.
to take out JQ?
Oh,
Let
yeah.
me know. Let
Was
me
it
know.
right?
Was it right for Max to take out JQ, or you just
Yeah.
don't care because it was JQ?
Yeah.
Okay.
And another poll: who wins the championship, or who beats who in the championship? Now, who wins?
Max wins it.
Let's just face it: one of us is going to win the championship next year.
Not unless
Probably,
like
yeah.
Pekka or one of them guys take it.
Yona
seriously.
is the only one who could win
right.
apart
We're
from
not going to
Pawel.
talk about the Finnish no dick championship no more. Okay, it's over. It's done. It's done. No more Finnish championship.
This is the
It's
best
done.
racing in the world at the moment.
Yeah.
You guys, we had 4 big races, and we're talking about some takeout that was well
What
deserved.
big races? We had one big race in
Decent
Hyvinkää,
size
Finland.
races.
Okay. And then we had some American club races with shitty coverage. You just
Yeah, they
saw
was
us
better-
zoom in on
hey,
a maximum
let's-
takeout here.
Let's put it this way: the best covered race of the weekend was in Finland, in Hyvinkää.
No, actually, it wasn't. It was at LCRC because they had moving cams.
What was
I
that?
believe.
Bananas good.
Never even
You can
heard.
challenge. You can challenge. Add more
Oh,
people.
Drake was
Never
there?
heard.
Yeah, right. The Finnish champions. They're so popular. They're finished already.
Hashtag Drake is fake.
What is that actually?
You know what? It's time to
a
end this
new trend
podcast.
I'm gonna start.
It's time to
Drake is
end this
fake.
podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Mute and mute. Look, anyway, thank you guys for your time. Thank you, everybody. Remember, Nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. I have to go before these 2 start, because then it just gets crazy. You guys have anything to say? Cordial before we leave? Finnish champion
No.
2021?
It's me. Next year as well.
That's right.
Just wait for it.
Bitter betrayer of friends and seller out of friends, longtime friends, and
Efra was right to block you.
whatever. See what I mean?
I stand with Efra.
Yeah, exactly. And the 30
Yeah.
pieces of silver that
we
they paid you.
we stand with that.
Yeah.
I
Fuck
hope
you,
you
Lefty.
enjoy. I hope you enjoy that little bit of money that they paid you, because you know what? Nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, it's
Efra
like,
pays the bills. Efra pays the bills.
oh Lord. See? Can't have nice things with JQ around and Max. Just can't have them. Goodbye. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for tuning in. Have a good weekend of racing. Lefty and JQ and Max out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.
That wasn't so bad.